All right, I think we're live. Let me double check that the mic's all set up and stuff. Hang on. Is my audio set up? Yep. You guys must be hearing me. Cool. All right. So this is my live stream. Welcome to it. I'm Joshua Kemble. I've been a freelance illustrator and graphic designer for close to, oh my gosh, definitely way over 15 years at this point. And I've been a professional art director for 7 years, going on my 8th year. And when I'm not art directing or dadding, like being a parent to my kid or husbanding, or doing graphic design and illustration for clients, I am working on graphic novels. And they're often kind of passion projects that I've been fortunate enough to get publishers to back and get behind. But yeah, I tend to write kind of like slice of life and like indie type stuff. So my first graphic novel, before we get into the stream, on this live stream, just so you guys know, if you're just joining, I'm going to be working on inking a couple panels. I'm going to try for like 2, but we'll see how that goes. But during these live streams, I'll work on 2 Stories Book 2. That's what I'm currently working on. And I'm trying to do live streams whenever I'm working on comics. You'll notice I've missed a few days because the news has been crazy, and I felt like I should probably pay attention to what was going on. And today I just decided, you know what, I'm just going to live stream, and then I'll catch up on the news. It's me watching the news is not going to make it happen or not happen. So anyhow, with that being said, let me explain the work a little bit that I do at the top. I'll give some plugs, and then we'll get into drawing and talking. So 2 Stories, Book 1 is my graphic novel. It's a memoir about faith and mental illness. And it's basically goes really heavily into my journey dealing with depression, some childhood stories that sort of tie into that. And then also caregiving for somebody with panic disorder and a little bit of like struggles of faith. So that's like sort of the theme of 2 Stories Book 1, which you can purchase and should purchase at Amazon, or you can ask your local retailer to order it through Ingram. So yeah, so if you ask your local bookstore, local comic book shop, as long as it's not a big chain store, they should be able to order and carry this. That brings us to the book, the graphic novel, 138-page book that I have coming out from Graphic Mundi this June, and I'm really excited about this. So this is the advanced reader's copy. The final copy has not come out yet, but the interiors will look very similar with a few text edits on the copies you guys can get a hold of. But I encourage you guys to pre-order this, and better yet, even better than pre-ordering, go to any bookstore near you, any comic book store, or basically like big box chain store, and ask them to order Jacob's Apartment from Graphic Mundi by Joshua Kemble. And they should be able to put this on pre-order for you, and try to encourage them to stock it and carry it at their store. It's kind of amazing, but if you're a local and you go to a bookstore or a comic book shop a lot, and you say, hey, this book is really good, you should order it. Yeah, it actually goes a really long way. That being said, let me explain what this is. So this is about these 2 college roommates, Jacob and Sarah, who seem at first like they're polar opposites. Sarah is a Christian, Jacob is a Christian. Sarah is an atheist. Sarah is a drinker, and Jacob is a teetotaler. They've been friends for years, and they've found commonality in their shared dream to create art. And so it's a coming-of-age graphic novel in the vein of Ghost World and Fun Home. And it weaves together threads of spiritual faith, identity, purpose, love, and loss to create an engrossing world in which waking and sleeping dreams collide. And I'm actually really proud of this. The interiors are pretty cool. The color, it came out beautifully, and I can't be happier with the publisher. And Graphic Mundi is putting out a lot of really interesting stuff right now, so I'd encourage you guys to also just check out their other books as well that are available right now. But yeah, you'll be able to get this in June, and all my plugs are out of the way. Now I'm ready to rock and roll. And I knew I forgot something, but I didn't. I have my sheet. When I draw, I like to have a blank sheet of paper when I'm inking under my hand so that I don't smear up the page. So let's get into it. We're going to draw some comics. So it's been an interesting few days. Like, obviously, with all the things happening in the world right now, it's just like a dark time in the world. But at the same time, just as this weird juxtaposition, we also have this wonderful vacation this weekend, and we don't usually go on vacation. And we decided to go to like Cambria. So you'll notice I'm drinking from a mug from the coolest coffee shop in Cambria that was called Lily's Coffee House. So if you're near Cambria, I highly recommend checking that place out. And I went up there and met up with Corey Kerr and Jim Lujan, who you guys have probably seen on these streams, and hung out with them and their families. And yeah, it was a really wonderful trip. We saw crazy elephant seals. That was the highlight. And then it was also really fun to look at the tide pools and just kind of hang out in downtown Cambria and look at different shops and just sort of enjoy going on a little vacation, hanging out with my wife, my kid, and catching up with Corey and Jim, which was a really needed break. I kind of have a big graphic novel project that's coming up pretty soon. For people who've been watching this stream for a while, you guys know about it. But basically, pretty soon I'm going to be cranking out pages nonstop for a different comic book that just got a publishing deal. And so called Not Death, But Love. And so the second the script is approved, right now the script is being revised by my sister who did the script and worked on with editorial and stuff. And then the second that comes through, my life, right now my life is drawing comics, but at that point it'll be drawing like a madman in a very different style. The cool thing is the publisher is totally cool with me being kind of transparent about the process, as long as I don't give away any of the any major spoilers or plot points. So I'll be able to do live streams while I'm working on that as well, which I'm excited about because I'm actually really happy with this channel and what's been happening with it. It's pretty cool. We just broke 2,000 subscribers, which is really cool. People have been showing up more and more on the stream, and I feel kind of bad that I haven't live streamed in a while, because I was getting to a point where it was almost like live streaming every night and seeing kind of people get excited and show up to the streams and stuff like that. And I feel like I kind of dropped the ball on keeping those up, but it's not easy to live stream when you're on vacation. And again, we don't really do vacations a lot. We're not a huge vacation family. And so it's and vacationing is super fun, but it's just something we never have the time or money for. And so it was just really nice to be able to do. And I definitely didn't want to squander my vacation, filming videos the whole time. So anyhow, but I'm excited about getting back to streaming, and I'm I really do appreciate every single one of you who's subscribed. People have sent super chats while I was working, which is really nice. And I'll say that at the top too. If you guys are listening in or watching live, you have the ability to basically make me say whatever you want. As long as it's, okay with YouTube TOS and it's not degrading to entire groups of people. Now, if it's degrading to me, I don't know if I care. But anyhow, or you can just send me a super chat as like a tip if you want to encourage me to like kind of keep doing these streams and or support me whilst I am creating these graphic novels. So yeah, so Cambria was cool. Let's see what else. It was like it's one of those things where like it's neat to at my age like to sort of find people who you're friends with online that you can meet up with in person and they're like amazing. Um, and that's exactly kind of how it went. Like Jim and Corey are just super amazing people. And their families are awesome. And it's just like, I don't know, it was really great to be able to kind of talk art and talk about other stuff and just goof around and make jokes and stuff and like feel like I really know these people. Because it's funny, but like we were talking about it too at Cambria, but it's like I've known Corey for quite a while now, like a good amount of years. And I think that kind of sunk in for us when we were looking at each other's kids and we're like, holy moly, like when we were first hanging out, like some of these kids didn't even exist. And then like, I don't know, it was just interesting and cool to kind of see how long we've been friends and also just to be able to sort of like actually hang out in person. And I have a feeling if all of us lived a lot closer, we'd be hanging out all the time. And then Jim I've hung out with before, but this was nice because it was like him and his wife, and she's super rad. They're just super great people. It was their first time kind of meeting Ben, my kid, and like that was awesome. It was just kind of neat to see. It's funny, like as a dad, like anytime I introduce friends to my kid, I always get a little nervous because if they're kind of weird around my kid, I'm going to feel kind of like disappointed in my friend, and like that. I don't know. So it's always like a weird thing, like introducing my kid to friends because it's like, it's almost like, you're kind of like, hey, here's the person I like love more than anything in the world. And so it's like, yeah, it was really cool to have friends that like really enjoyed talking to Ben and seeing him and like meeting him as well. And it was nice to like kind of be forced out of working on comics for a while because I've been nonstop like kind of drawing even since I got back. And I'm super tired, but not down for the count. Not like to the point where I'm like not gonna make them or whatever. But there's been something like really off on my. I don't want to like sound like I'm complaining or whatever, but it's like something's been really off on my like waking and sleeping. It's been kind of blurry. And that's strange because I'm used to having a sleep schedule where I don't tend to get tons of sleep. So that's been an interesting adjustment. And I think it might also just be like the effect of probably like watching too much of the news recently and sort of thinking about what's going on in other parts of the world that is just like super depressing, but it's also like not my right to be like all bummed about something that's not occurring to me directly. But it's just, I don't know. I think it does kind of take an emotional toll, like some of the stuff. So, or maybe I'm just like a soft emotional type person, like a little emo kid. Okay. So I'm working on this page. It's a really uncomfortable conversation that I had with my father when he was like when I was a teenager. And it's being written from the like kind of snotty teenage self that was sort of like actually in the wrong in this situation where I was sort of getting in an argument with my dad. And it's one of my worst memories and best memories, but it's interesting to like be working on that as a story. It's been like strangely interesting to kind of try to like luckily I'm at the inking stage, so it's not quite as emotional, but there were definitely parts where I was like writing this where I was like, again, getting like super emo about everything. But anyhow, so my goal on this stream is to hopefully get through this entire panel. And this is like, this is, I think, page 21 of Two Stories Book 2 that I'm on. So slowly but surely making progress. I am not a super fast artist. We had an artist on Artcasters last week, and he's just like super quick and amazing and like knocked out an entire comic page like in an hour and a half. I was like, oh man, I'm not like a storyboard artist in like my speed when I'm working on comics. I can work really fast on illustrations and graphic designs. And I do that actually a lot at my day job, but for some reason comics, I tend to work at like the pace of a slug. But I'm a slow and steady slug who kind of like I'll finish and get it done. I've done 2 so far, so I know the game, which is like half the game is just showing up and being persistent. The other thing is just time constraints too are interesting to navigate around, where it's like I have a long commute. Man, I commute like, let's see, probably I drive probably about like 3 hours a day. And so if you take like 3 hours of driving, you add that to like 8 hours of working, and then like take that out of a 24-hour day, there's just not like a ton of time to get stuff done. But no excuses. I do plan on knocking this out. And my goal right now is to just get as much of this done before I have to drop everything and work on the Not Death But Love book, which is in a much different style, and hopefully we'll be able to do twice as fast. But yeah, so that's kind of what's going on, and where I'm at, and then just trying to kind of keep focused on the comic and not like think about, Ukraine or something like that. I was reading. So my kid he had so much fun. I was about to talk about what we were reading. Well, we read some Dave Pilkey stuff. We got Ben like a collection of all the Captain Underpants books, because Ben really likes Dogman and Cat Kid Comic Club, and like a couple other things by Dave Pilkey. And we had gotten him a Captain Underpants book a while ago that he really enjoyed and reread like a million times. So we finally just bought him all 10. And so we started and read number 1 tonight, and that is a funny series of books, man. And I actually think Dave Pilkey is like a pretty talented and incredible cartoonist, which is funny because I do these adults slice of life books that talk really heavily about like depression and like real issues in life and stuff, as if like I don't think fun kids stuff aren't talking about real issues. But anyhow, it's one of those things where I think if somebody were to look at my work, they probably wouldn't realize like I'm a really big fan of like Dave Pilkey and like a lot of kids artists actually. Man, this is tough. This is a weird pattern that I'm trying to figure out on this garage door, but I think I'll get there. So anyhow, I had a refreshing and amazing time, and when we went to Cambria, and my son was just, it's so fun to go on trips like that with him, because like one of his favorite things in the trip was like when we got to like the hotel that we were staying at, and he's like, dude, there is a refrigerator in here. Like, and the fact that that's kind of like a big exciting thing, like it was this hugely cool thing for him. I think that's just awesome. Like, I think it's kind of cool to experience things through like a kid who's still kind of seeing things through like with wonder and awe. And then like, yeah, just like Jim and Corey and everybody, it was really good. But it is interesting too, because I definitely had that. Like I said, I don't do vacations a ton, so I think all week I've also had that weird thing, which is like vacation fatigue, where when you like travel and do a bunch of fun stuff out of the city, and then you get back, you're just like blur, like I don't know. So I have been trying. And like I said, I've been inking panels and stuff since I got back, but it's just interesting trying to get myself back in gear. And I also realize this may not make like the best content where I'm just like talking about like, oh, I'm so tired. Like I think that would be like welcome to the club as a cartoonist. But yeah, so it was an incredible trip. There's all sorts of interesting stuff in that area. A lot of really cool, crazy like old antique shops and stuff. Really beautiful ocean in that part of California. I think that's the Central Coast. I think that's what it's called.
Josh,
yeah.
What was the name of the movement that the elephant seals made? What was it called again?
Oh, I think it's like a warble. So elephant seals are hilarious. That's like one of my favorite things in the world. So a long time ago, I went to Cambria, and there's like this section of ocean that's near Cambria, and it's like an elephant seal beach. So there's these animals called elephant seals, and I actually posted like pictures of them on my Instagram too. So if you guys want to check out like the elephant seals and how funny they look. And I just fell in love with them when I was like younger. I went there and I was just like, I think this might be one of my favorite animals. They're like, so the males are like these gigantic, like whale sized, like, well, they aren't whales, but they're very large. They're like walrus sized, I guess. Seals, like, and then I think the females are the size of like a car. I think the males are the size of I forget what the comparison was, but they're huge. They're like 3 times the size of the females. And then Frank in the chat said an elephant got with a seal, an abomination. Frank, how's it going, buddy? If you want to hop on, you are welcome. If you are busy, that is okay too. Just let me know. I'll send you a link if you want. Yeah, no, they're just like a crazy, funny looking seal. And then they're like the females are just like they look like a seal, but like you stuffed the seal with like 20 times the fat. So, but in the same seal. So they're just like this big, inflated, like wrinkly, funny little thing. But then they also like they're hilarious because you see this kind of wrinkly, crazy body with just like a smiley face. Like, so it's like they have these bodies that are like they have like wrinkles, like a bunch of little wrinkles, and then but they're like really fat. And then imagine just this little like I don't know. Anyhow, they're incredible.
But Josh, imagine then, you know how in documentaries, how big an orca looks when it's playing with a little seal?
Oh, yeah.
And then you just realize how huge orcas are because...
Yeah, Maya's
Those
saying
seals were so big. They were huge.
Yeah, she's saying like the seals are so big that, you know, and they look so big in person, so you just imagine like, you know, when you see documentary where like a killer whale's attacking a seal, just imagine like how ginormous that killer whale is. But yeah, I mean, it's just a fun thing to see. And like I also
rub their bellies, you know?
Yeah, you kind of want to rub their bellies or just like run in, because here's the other catch is they all go to the same beach and just like lay in a big pile across the entire beach. There's like just hundreds of these elephant seals, and they'll like just sort of lay around, and they almost look dead, like a bunch of just dead seals on the beach. And then every once in a while, especially the males, because the females you can't even really see when they're breathing, but the male, like why they're called elephant seals, they have like this trunk thing, and then it's like when they're kind of laying there in the sand and like, you know, kicking dirt on themselves every once in a while, and then and they just kind of lay there all lazy like, and then they just go blah, 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 blah. Like like they have like this little fake elephant snout thing that kind of dangles, and when they breathe it goes like like a walrus. It's hilarious. So anyhow, here's what I like about Jim and Corey was like that we went there and like everybody hung out there for like an hour looking at the elephant seals, and all of us were equally excited about it. Maybe not as equally. I think I might have been the most excited about it, but it was a cool thing. Frank, I'm going to send you a link. Okay, so I sent you the link if you want to hop on, man. I think through Facebook. Let me make sure. Yes, okay. So we'll probably be joined by Frank shortly. But yeah, that was like one of my favorite parts of the whole thing was just like the crazy elephant seals, and just like, I don't know, there's something about like crazy like I have a soft spot for like funny looking like overweight animals that are just, you know, like hippos and elephants and like walruses, like, yeah, I'd say manatees, but I don't know, that might now connect to a different meme that I now know the meaning of because I got in an argument with a guy who is notoriously known as a manatee. But yeah, it was a fun experience, and just kind of cool to like hang with everybody and be with a group of artists who are like equally interested and kind of like, well, what do they do? Like, how do they? What brings them to the ocean and stuff? And it was cool. We ended up getting to talk to like a volunteer there who sort of told us all about it. Let's see. I think I'm losing power here on my my iPad thing. There we go. Okay. So we have an older iPad that my son stopped using because the input on it is kind of messed up. And so I use his old iPad as my little chat window. And we are being joined by Frank Salazar.
Hey, speaking of funny looking overweight animals, I'm here.
Oh man, I love it. How you doing, bud?
Doing good. or just drawing a Tarocco just for fun, just to practice drawing.
That sounds awesome. So yeah, I've been out for a while. I've been just watching world news and hoping there's no like third world war.
Yeah.
And then like just trying to kind of like today I finally was like just realized like, hey, the news is not gonna, like, I myself am not going to like suddenly prevent the news from like happening.
Yeah.
And it probably wouldn't hurt to like disconnect for like a tiny bit and then obviously stay aware of it and stuff, but it's like it'll be there to read, you know. I don't need to.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, so that's what I've been doing instead of streaming while I was working on comics. I would kind of listen to like live news just to like see what was going on.
Yeah.
And then I like again, I just realized like, well, I should probably live stream. Like you can't let, you know, outer events or whatever like sort of stop you because there's so much bad stuff we can find in the world that it's like if we let, I don't know, if we let those things kind of hinder us from like being creative, then we're pretty much going to have a solid excuse to never do anything creative.
Yeah.
Because there's enough out there, you know, if you go hunting.
Oh yeah. You don't have even to go that far. Just stuff happens every day that, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so
I heard part of your story. You guys had a good time over there with Corey?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah. It was really cool. We went to that coffee shop and had really rad breakfast burritos. I really will recommend if you guys are ever in Cambria, go to this like Lily's Coffee House. I know they used curls for their font, and that's unforgivable. But I bought the mug anyway. That's how good they are. They were a good enough coffee house to where I bought a mug that had curls.
Oh, they used a curly font?
I don't think it is curls, but it's like as much of a kind of system font. But I don't mind. I forgive them for the bad design because like sometimes some of the best food places have like terrible graphic design, you know.
Yeah.
And I'll support. So I'm just throwing that out there for people. Like if you're ever in Cambria, it was that good. And it's funny, I know a guy who kind of lives up there, and I put a Facebook post like, "Hey, we're hanging at this coffee shop," and he was like, "Oh, that's where like all the locals go." So if any of our viewers are from Cambria and like that's not true, then I'd like to know so that I could message that friend of mine who lives up there and be like, dude, you're lying. Because I could also see that being like a prank. Like if I was like, Frank, I was in Texas and I went to this place called the Alamo, and like all the like my friend who lives up there was like, dude, this is like a deep cut locals only kind of place. And it's like, wait a minute, what? No, like it's like the biggest tourist trap you can go to. So maybe it's like one of those scenarios, you know, where it's like, hey, Frank, dude, if you're ever in California, this is like a real like insider place, but like check out Disneyland, man. It's amazing. It's like that's where all actually, to be honest, most of the locals do go there. If you're in Anaheim,
yeah. Understand.
So how you been? I still haven't been able to check out because I've been on vacation, and then you know World War III was potentially breaking out. I still haven't read your mini comics, so that's on my list of things to do. Probably tonight when I finish the stream.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that was fun
Is it
to
out?
do. Yeah, it's out. because I sent you the PDF. I just sent that out because I was making copies and like I ran out of ink again, so I got like one copy out. I'm like, dang it! I'm like, well, I'm just gonna send this out to all the Artcasters because it was basically for them. But once once I get some ink, I'll make copies, and I want to physically send that to you, Scott, and Corey,
Oh, you don't have to do that, dude.
and but
But I'm excited about having the PDF. Are you gonna make it available to buy, or is it just like specifically for Artcasters?
no, I'm gonna make it available to buy.
Cool.
I'll probably put it up on Gumroad.
Nice.
And when I get
Well,
some copies made, I'll put them up on Etsy, and I'll probably do like a little bundle type of thing.
nice.
Since I have a few copies of the first two mini comics still left, and I'm trying to get rid of my inventory.
Oh,
And
Keith.
need to
Keith
make
PC
more.
policed me and said that's animal body shaming that I was doing about elephant seals. Those elephant seals, really though, like you need to see them. They need to be shamed.
Yeah, that's as well.
They're insane. But yeah, if you guys are ever bored, just look up elephant seals. Or if you're ever like sad, look up elephant seals and you'll feel like a
If I'm
million
ever
times
stuffing
better.
my face with pizza again, I'll just look up Elevencio and like I'm not that bad.
They're so great. They're really funny. I actually captured one on camera that was like falling asleep, and then just like I managed to get him right when he was kind of doing what it was like kind of thing, like where his like weird elephant snout just kind of flew everywhere where he's breathing out. And like there's just this like puff of sand that just flies in the air. It's kind of funny. He's just laying there, and then just out of nowhere, he's like, and then goes back to sleep. And the males are interesting too, because like so the females literally have this face, like it's like a, oh my goodness, like just like a little chibi face, right?
Oh, okay.
And then the males have like this weird, just like it's kind of hard to explain, but their face kind of looks like like that.
Yeah.
So it's like they have this snouty thing, and then they like I can't remember if they have, I think they have like a thing here, but their eyes look like that, like just like a Minecraft eye or something. Anyhow, sorry Frank, I cut you off to rant about elephant seals. Welcome to the live elephant seal rant show. I'm your host, Joshua Kemble, and this is my co-host Frank, and we're here to talk about elephant seals all night long.
As I color this Rocco that I'm.
So you will have the issues out though for sale eventually.
Yes.
Cool.
I'll put it up on Gumroad pretty soon. It's done. It's the PDF I sent out. Or actually, I think the one I put in the Artcasters group. That's because I had made there was like some typos, so I fixed it. So that's the correct one. So
Nice.
I'll put it up on Gumroad for a couple of bucks.
Well, speaking of mini comics, I did get a really cool mini comic in the mail.
Oh,
which,
you
if you're a
got it.
patron of Scott Circland, he sent these out with like a cool postcard, which I'm not going to go grab because it's on a different table.
I think I have it here. There's actually a funny story with that for me because I got it yesterday, but there were some shenanigans. Where's the postcard?
So if you guys want to
Well,
avoid shenanigans and you
I
want to
got the
get
postcard and I got this blank card, but no mini comic because apparently someone opened it, took it out, and then taped it back.
Oh, Scott mentioned that somebody had stolen the mini comic.
Yeah. So I just got I got the little postcard ad and a blank card, and I was like, "Oh, cool! Scott sent me a card so I can draw something on." Or something happened that I didn't get the mini comic because I knew I was going to be getting that.
Oh, that sucks.
And I let him know because I thought, oh, maybe Scott just forgot to put it in there. But it did seem weird that the way the tape was on there was that like they just grabbed two pieces of tape and put it on there. Like it doesn't seem like something Scott would do.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
So like I mentioned it to him, and he's like, I didn't put any tape. Someone must have taken that out. And I was like, okay. But like, all right. So he said he's gonna send it out again, and he was gonna ask people if anyone got their.
Yeah, I got that text from Scott. I didn't know it was. Maybe he mentioned that it was you who got it stolen, but I don't know if he mentioned who. But he said somebody had gotten one of their minis stolen, so he wanted to make sure it wasn't like across the board. But if you don't have a local thief who's going to steal minis from your mail, I do encourage people be on Scott's Patreon because he's going to be doing like little occasional gifts like this, and also the dude deserves support. So, and it's a fun mini comic, and I think it's related. I still haven't been able to do the comics course with Ben, but I think it's related to that, like the make your own comic course.
Yeah, I think that's the one DIY. He did on the course, which I was going to register on that today. But I was like, oh, you have to put your son. So like, so I'm hoping it's like a link I can send to my kids and they can do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Ben to like check out the DIY class, and see how
that's cool. And I like mini comics and like.
Well, it'd be fun. I think Scott does such a good job kind of explaining comics too. It'll be fun to see. But anyhow, so yeah, that was cool to get that. That was the one thing was like we were kind of hoping Scott would be able to come up, but I think it just didn't work out for like timing. But we will be trying to have like a get together again at some point. So, yeah. Do you do vacations at all, Frank? Like,
not like that. I mean, if I go somewhere, it's like to Corpus to go see my kid. So.
Yeah, I mean, this would be kind of similar. I don't know if it's like that because it's not super far from me. This is like a maybe 3 or 4 hour drive. I guess in California, that's not far. In Texas, that isn't too far, right?
No, it's
like for a vacation. Yeah. So it's like more of like a very mini vacation. Like I didn't, have any time off or anything from work. Just like got off work, got home at like 6:30. We hit the road. We got into Cambria by like 9 or 10, and then crashed at the hotel, and then like Saturday and Sunday were like our hangout days. But yeah, I don't do that even that much vacationing very often because I tend to like, for me, I'm also kind of a curmudgeon and I tend to stick around home. Because I'm always working on comics. So
yeah.
Although I'm kind of thinking maybe I should get an iPad Pro. I mean, I don't think I could afford one right now, but I have to say, like, being able to do a trip like that and still work on your comics is kind of an appealing idea.
Yeah, like it's Is the iPad Pro the one that's like thousands of dollars?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not like at a point where I could just casually like drop that amount of money, But
Yeah. I know Anna has an iPad, but I'm not sure which one. But I think it wasn't. I think it might have been like the one that Scott has, because I think Scott said he paid like three or $500 for his.
oh, okay. I thought he got the Pro too, but
I
maybe
wasn't sure. I'm not sure because I know he did a video on it, so I need to go check. But unless he did get the Pro, and then but I heard someone else saying, "Oh, there you can get one that's like 500. It's just as good."
Okay. Well, maybe
So I
I'm
don't know.
misunderstanding
I'm not sure. I don't know.
because I do think the Apple Pencil thing is pretty good too. But I like with just a decent iPad.
Yeah.
Um, but anyhow, yeah, I have like hundreds of pages of this to kind of think about that while doing. But I was thinking about it more for like the other book where I'm doing it digitally. So like
Yeah.
the whole book is going to be done digitally and it's going to look manual, but it's mostly being done on Photoshop. But then I realize also they don't really have a great Photoshop, like, so I don't know. Something I was thinking about, but I have to say it was interesting. Like that cafe, like when we met up with Jim, it's like he was waiting for his wife to get ready in the morning, and he's just like hanging out at a coffee shop working on his animation, like on his
Yeah.
iPad. It was like, okay, I could see the benefit there.
Okay. Also,
Although
does Jim have the Pro or does he have?
I think it's the Pro, but then now you have me second guessing myself, Frank. I don't know what's real anymore.
Oh, I know there's one that's not. I mean, it's still expensive. It's $500. It's still $500, but
I don't know what's real or not anymore, Frank. I think you've gaslit me to oblivion. I'm just kidding. That would be funny though. If you're just like, yeah, dude, I don't even know what you're talking about with this iPad Pro thing. Nobody has an iPad Pro. There's no such thing. Like,
it
what?
doesn't exist.
But I think his is an iPad Pro. I think.
It might be. I mean,
Yeah. But yeah, I have a lot of. It's funny I think if I were a little more kind of awake and on point, I would have like a million more stories from there. But for some reason, my brain has felt like it's in like a. Have you ever had those days where you just feel like your brain was thrown into a blender and you're just like,
oh yeah,
kind of foggy and confused?
oh yeah, like quite a few times.
Yeah, so that's one of these days.
On Tuesdays we do a support group, and we open up the group with this verse from the Bible, which we call the refuge prayer, and we pass it out, and then pick it up after the prayer is done. So like, I was so out of it that I passed it out, and then I was like getting back up and picking it up again. We hadn't even done the prayer. I was just like already like getting, and they're like, Frank, what are you doing? Like, we haven't even said the prayer yet. Like,
You'd missed the whole.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm still out of it.
Yeah, I totally get that. Okay, so this is a little early, but because I'm kind of having that brain fog, I am making some progress. I'm gonna disappear. I already kind of mentioned I should probably just disappear without saying it, huh? What do you think, Frank?
Yeah, we gotta go.
I'll just say be right back.
Sure.
But needless to say, that was a funny bit that Jim was mentioning, where it's like he was saying it would be funny if because we ended up going to a bar for a couple hours just to talk and stuff and hang out. And he was joking that like, wouldn't it be funny if we were all hanging out in person? And every hour in person, I was like, that's really interesting. I gotta do it. Oh, look at that! It's the hour mark. I gotta take off. While I'm gone, why don't you go ahead and promote your stuff? And everybody's just looking at me like, wait, what? This isn't like no one's filming. We're just hanging out. It's like, oh, that's just Josh just does that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's the thing.
I think that would be really funny. But needless to say, Frank, if you want to let everybody know where they can find your work and stuff, yeah.
Sure. Well, you can find my stuff on Salazar Art Nation on YouTube and Instagram. And if you want to support me and my comic making endeavor, you can go to my Etsy store, Salazar Nation Comics, and pick up some mini comics there. And yeah, and you can do that. And I am working on getting those mini comics compiled into one issue in color, so any money helps for the print run. So, and if you just want to donate, you can donate to my Coffee account. But I recommend buying mini comics. And,
Okay. So I do think also there's a little bit of like momentum to like doing live streams where it's like you do them enough and you start kind of getting in the zone.
yeah.
And I screwed up my momentum by going on vacation. But what was I gonna say? There's a man, now this looks really bad, these drawings. Demonetized. Okay. They're elephant seals, you guys. Elephant seals. That's what I was drawing. Let's see here.
On Monday we had.
Oh yeah, how'd that go?
It was good. Like we had those creators, Brainy Pixel Studios and Mercy Way Studios, and they're doing Chronicles of Faith. And right now they're on the David chapter, and it was a really good interview. And towards the end, they shared a little bit of their testimony. So people want to check
cool.
that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that back. Like it might be good. I literally, I ended up getting like an audiobook on the history of Russia.
Okay.
Just like because I was realizing like I'm somewhat familiar with like after World War II and World War II era Russia, but like the whole history of the different czars and stuff I'm not familiar with. So when some of the stuff on the news comes up, I'm like, I just have these questions where I'm like, what's a czar?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I kind of know roughly, but do I? So I decided I'm going to brush up a little bit on it just to like be more familiar, you know?
Yeah.
But again, like if you know, like this is, I think one of the flaws of being like too kind of politically conscious or whatever is like you can kind of get like way too in and it starts like affecting your mood and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So that will be a good respite, I think. So I will check that out at work tomorrow. And you need to hold me to it. If I'm like, all I did was watch the news of what's going on in the world, you can be like, Frank, you can be like, Josh, you're not my friend if you don't watch this thing. How about that?
Sure, I'll do that.
Because I'd like to see it. I do want to.
We did get 100 subs while on there because they subbed and someone in the chat had subbed. So like we got 102 subs in total. So we're just waiting for the.
Wait, you hit 100 subs, or they got you 100 subs?
No, we hit 100 subs.
Oh, okay. I was like, holy moly. That's cool. Congrats, man. That would be really cool, though. That's awesome, though. That's cool. Each time you hit those little checkpoints, it's really fun, you know?
Yeah, especially we can get the URL now, so.
Awesome. Yeah, it's funny because I think I have a custom URL.
I think you do.
But I just tell people to just I think it's user / Joshua Kemble. I think that's what it is. But I usually tell people to just look for Joshua Kemble on YouTube. And then they'll spell it with a C. I need to remember to say it with a K. That would be good.
There's another guy named Joshua Kemble, and he's a musician too. So
yeah, he's like a bluegrass musician. Yeah, it's very funny. It's like my alter ego. There's two. Well, okay, there's actually three. Okay, so on YouTube, there's like a bluegrass guy with my name. And then for like years, especially when I was an atheist, I was really annoyed because I was in like a Google search battle with a guy named Joshua Kemble, who's the lead singer of a Christian punk band.
Oh, yeah.
And at the time I was an atheist, so I was just like, oh, I hate this guy, you know? Because I was worried that people would think I was like the singer in a Christian punk band. And then it's funny, after I got saved, I remember it's like his wife reached out to me on Facebook and was like, you play guitar, you're a Christian, and you're into punk rock. Like and you have the same name as my husband. You guys like are awesome. Like you're awesome. We got to follow each other on Facebook. And so I followed her, and then I realized like, oh, that's funny. That's that Joshua Kemble. It's like the same guy. But he's like super cool. And I was like, oh, okay, that's hilarious. Cause like we actually, I guess, align a lot politically, and like our faith is the same faith and stuff. So I was like, that's cool. So that was like a neat little thing. But for years that used to bug me. And then the other Josh Kemble is a stuntman. Those are like the big ones that I've heard of.
Oh, okay.
And a stuntman for like huge movies too. So if I wanted to like really take advantage of my name, I could be like, look me up on IMDb or whatever. Just be like, I'm a stuntman. People be like, what? You're not a stuntman. It's like, no, look me up. Anyhow. Yeah, I forget what movies, but I think it's like some pretty huge motion pictures, you know? So, yeah. Do you have any other Frank Salazars that are competing for Google space with you?
I know there's some. I think there's like some actors and writers, but like no one that I really like. Oh, I want to be like I want to check their stuff out.
So I'm kind of forgetting, but I was gonna say I'm pretty excited. Tomorrow on Artcasters, we're gonna have this guy Richard Fairgray on as a guest.
Okay.
So if you guys like kids books, or like want to hear from a guy who just knocks out comics like nobody's business, I think he's done like 200 books.
Oh, wow.
And he was like born in 85 or something, so he's too young to have done that many books. And I think our main topic is going to be like tactics to avoid sleep.
Okay.
Because I met him at LA Comic-Con. I think he's a friend of Gary's. And like we talked about that, because he was talking about his output and stuff, and I was like, do you ever sleep? And he started getting into like how he avoids sleep. And I was like, jokingly, like, hey, I mean, not jokingly, like I did want to get him on the show, because I was like, this guy's like a legitimate artist and his stuff's really cool, and he's a nice guy, so like we want to get him on Artcasters, you know, pick his brain, like hear his story, like but yeah, like I jokingly was like, or we could talk about the sleep thing, and he's like, yeah, that's exactly what we should talk about. I'm like, okay. So that'll be fun tomorrow. But
that'll be cool. Okay, I want to know more about that.
Yeah, I'm like, I want to know, I want to know what he's doing to do 200 comic books and children's books. That would be cool. Let me know the superpower that you are employing, sir. So yeah, Cambria is pretty cool. That area of the coast is really pretty. It's like, it's hard to explain. It's like the water is like like Southern California is like very cold ocean, but it's very like stereotypical kind of like surf ocean.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense. So like the waves look like a beach party movie, you know. And it's got more of a vibe of like you'd see. You're not gonna see like otters in the water. You might see like dolphins and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, but like there's like this mid part of California, and the ocean there is like very much like otter territory. It just feels like the type of water that otters would hang out in. If that makes any sense. But I think it's because it's like more of like a kelpie, like there's a lot of like kelp forests and stuff in that area. And then you have a lot more like giant rocks on the beach. Like it's not like a lot of California beaches are like in towards more like the LA and Orange County area, mainly Orange County. Like that's the beach I'm more familiar with, like Huntington Beach, that kind of thing, where it's just sand and ocean, you know. But like this is like sand and then these giant just cliffside rock type things, you know, and tons of tide pools and stuff. So it's a different environment, but it was interesting to see. So okay, so you had those guests on. Do you like their comics? Have you checked them out yet? Like read them?
Not yet, because it's they're crowdfunding it.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But I look like some stuff that's on there, and like the art is great, and
that's cool.
The story it's really good. It's David, but it's they say it's not. It's a David you don't know, so like you're not gonna be like, yeah, I know the story. Like it's gonna be. It sounds interesting. I think I even made the joke like it's not your father's David.
Man, I was gonna say like if you want to go dark with some David stories, you definitely can. You know.
Yeah, I don't think it's not even like dark. It's just like a different take.
That'll be interesting.
So yeah, right now it's digital because and they're just like crowdfunding to get the production made because they're having a lot of paper shortage. So like, it's easier to do digital. So like, I think I'll back at least the $10 tier that gets me issue 0 and issue 1, and they're gonna be using that money to make issue 2.
Nice. So, and are these like floppies or graphic novels or?
I think they're. I'm trying to remember. I think like issue. I think they might be floppies, but a little bit bigger though.
Okay, that sounds cool, man.
I'll need to like look at it again to make sure, but because they want to do like 14 issues.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean that's good subject matter. I could see somebody doing like a book kind of similar to like 300 with like some of that material, you know.
Yeah.
Because it's like there's a lot of like battles and wars and just like crazy stories, like awesome stories. But also like a compelling and flawed character, you know.
Yeah.
Which I think, you know, could make for really good material. I don't know if I could write like a Bible-based story. I think if I did, I'd want to like. I'm just saying, like, if I were doing like a creative writing project where I'm writing about like a historical fiction kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I might want to like pick somebody obscure like Lydia or something like that, where it's like an interesting character, but you have to kind of fill in the blanks a lot with like the details, you know, where it's like who like Yeah, Lydia is one of the ones in the Bible where I'm like always kind of curious, because she's definitely got like a hugely high position at the church, and it's like this. She's a huge influencer in that area, and it's like, but they don't give you a ton of information. You just know she was like a really devout follower of Christ, and then like she's like sort of like one of the people all the people in the church are looking to, but it's like you don't get much other than that. There's a lot of characters like that where I'm like, I'd like to know more, you know? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Like there's like the donkey. I always wanted to know more about the donkey.
The donkey?
The one that talked, because like, did he keep on talking after that? Did the guy say, "Hey, my donkey talks," and they're like, "You're crazy. We're gonna lock you up." It's like, I want to know what happened after that.
That'd be hilarious. That you could have like a funny story based on that.
Yeah.
Just like this guy's stuck with a talking donkey for the rest of his life.
It just turns into Shrek. Come on. You owe me. I saved your life.
Oh man. But yeah, I'll check out that Tarako. That's cool. And it went pretty well then.
Yeah.
That's good.
We want to do another. We want to do a meet and greet where it's like a little bit more private, because towards the end, that's when because I wanted to ask him earlier, but like it was just like interesting everything they were saying. But towards the end, I asked a little bit about their testimony, and I said like, oh, when we have more time, I'll share my testimony. So I think that'll be something that we can do in an unlisted thing, meet and greet.
That's awesome. I like that idea. Let's see here. Yeah, one thing that was funny was so we're at this like awesome coffee shop in Cambria, which is like this, the whole of Cambria feels like a theme park or something. It's just like surreal how cute all the little, like there's all these little Victorian houses and stuff like out in the middle of like these winding woods, but like it's also like 5 minutes away from the ocean. It's just like this beautiful area, you know, but it feels very like everything is very quaint and clean and just, you know, kind of awesome. And like all these strange shops that you're like, how do they even keep their overhead? You know, because they're just like, we're a shop that sells honeybee, natural honey or something. And you're like, how do you keep the roof over here? It's really cool though. But anyhow, so we're sitting at the coffee shop and I'm just kind of telling Jim, trying to kind of comfort myself about where I live because that place is so nice. I was like, I bet this is one of those places you visit. You're like, this is amazing. And then like 10 days into it, you're like, I hate it here. I can't stand it. What was I thinking? And then this resident walked by and she's like, no, that's not the case. It's amazing here. We love it. And I was like, oh, darn. I was wanting somebody to just, drop the bomb that like the place is terrible. Oh, but anyhow, I thought that was funny. Where they're just like, no, it really is like a dream, this area. But it was definitely one of those areas where you're like, this must be like a really nice place to live, you know? Now, what is Corpus Christi like? Is that ocean?
Yeah. It's on the. It's very close to the beach, so you get a lot of seagulls. You know, you get like ocean air.
Nice.
And it's like they complain over that it's hot there, but like it's hot here. So like over there, it's a little bit more more manageable. Like it's because it's South Texas, so it's hot, but it's not as hot. So like over there, when I was living over there, like I don't sweat as much here as I do in or in the valley. I was like, I like it.
Yeah, it's amazing like what just like a little bit of, because I don't know, do you guys get like a lot of breeze, or is it just usually pretty just hot?
We get some breeze. It's not that much, but it's like mostly hot. And we'll be getting some cool weather, but it's like it's on certain times of the month. It's not consistent.
Yeah.
And there is like a time of the year where it's like the hottest it can get, and that's where like it comes on the news, like, oh, it's that time of the year, drink plenty of water and stay shaded because like, oh my.
Yeah, I mean we definitely get like really record high heat here, but it's just like in general it's not too bad when it's windy, and most of the time it's pretty windy, so it's like I can take that.
It's cool. It's cool at night, like, so it's not that.
Yeah, and there was one time where I've told this story, but it's like I went to Arizona, and I thought like people were like it's really hot there, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm used to like the Antelope Valley.
Yeah.
It gets hot there. I go to Arizona, it's like hot, but it's not like there's no breeze. It was just hot. Like you just felt like you literally stepped, like if you turned on your oven, you preheated it.
Okay,
and
yeah,
then you just
there's breeze
walked
here,
inside
like,
of it.
because I've known people that have gone over there and they're like, oh, it's like, oh my goodness, the heat.
Yeah, it's like a
oh,
different kind of heat, because it's like just, yeah, there's nothing but heat at certain times of year. um, so then I felt like, well, I can't complain too much here.
yeah.
I think I was complaining once about it being hot here because it was like 100 and it was in the 110s, 100 and something. And I think in the tens, like getting into like 11 or 12 or 13 or 113. And it was like these record heat days. And I was telling Scott about how it was. And he was like, yeah, like my rear view mirror, like the glue melted off and it just fell off. And I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I've heard over there, that the heat will melt your car.
So that's where I was like, yeah, that hasn't happened here.
But here, you might even get this where like you can't walk outside with a chocolate bar that like and have it be intact for that long. So like it's all melty and squishy, so I have to like rush inside, put it in the freezer or something.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing here where it's like, yeah, if you have chocolate, you don't want to leave it out because you're going to have a pool of chocolate. Oh, man. I'm feeling pretty good though about like getting back to streaming. It's funny, it hasn't been like that long, but it feels like it's been forever. Is there anything else in the stream verse that I should know about? Any happenings interesting in our community I might have missed in the last few days?
No, I mean, I know Adam streamed for 24 hours working on his comic.
24 hours?
Yeah, he did. Like, and I got under like towards like I don't even know what hour mark it was, but I was like, what? Like, wow, you've been at this for a while. I think it was like 16 hours, and I got on there and like.
That's rad. So has he finished Toad Road too?
I think did he finish it? Oh, yeah, he was showing that proof. Yeah, I think he's starting like the third one.
That's awesome. It's very cool. Good for him.
But we talked about doing like, oh, we should do a 24-hour comic, and we actually talked about like, oh, what do we do if that's where we do Captain Anarchy, like just knock it out in, in one day.
Get it all done in one day.
Yeah,
I could see that.
and
I love that idea. Oh man. All right, I'm fading fast, so I have to get through at least this panel though. So I'm going to finish this panel, but I'm also going to get more coffee. So I'll be back. Okay. Gonna power through this. What was I thinking about recently? There was a trying to think of other things than World War III. That's what I'm trying to do. There has been I was realizing like I've made the defense of art as like art should be, considered like a business,
Yeah.
And it can be frustrating when you're an artist and people kind of expect you to like starve.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, you're an artist. Well, I have a job or something. And it's like,
Yeah.
Like a good example of this is like, so at my day job, like I literally handle like millions of dollars worth of art, in a month. And it's like, that's what I make. I make art that makes money,
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting because like when I tell somebody I'm an art director, then they'll be like, oh, like I don't know. Sometimes people will assume it's like some sort of like petty thing. And it's like, dude, like, do you juggle like a ton of, are you like, are you responsible for like a mass amount of money like every day, like with how you perform as an artist, It's an interesting thing where it's like I don't think people sometimes do the math on like what a professional artist does for a living, and like not like even the money shouldn't matter in that sense, but I'm just saying it's funny that like people will sort of assume that it's like when I'm working on art or working as an artist that I'm like not working for a business, like and then for my own stuff, obviously it's like the numbers are nowhere near that, but it's like still like it's a lot of work. So it can be frustrating when people kind of like will be like, well, you're gifted, and you're like, no, it's like I worked really hard to get there, But that being said, I also think sometimes as artists we can get kind of cocky and pretentious about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, yeah. Because you're like, I'm an artist.
Because there's a lot of things that float around the internet, and they're true, and they need to be told to people, right? Because there are these weird people who have this idea that like if you're an artist, you need to be like cutting off your ear and being like Vincent van Gogh, you know, and like starving to death or something. And that is true. There are artists that like struggle and make brilliant art and are never going to get acknowledged and maybe make money, you know, and possibly might be better than anybody we see, you know. But on the other side of the coin, and so there's some truth to like the argument that like, okay, people should respect what we do for sure, but and like the, you know, like there's a very valid argument like, why should I pay this much for art? And there's kind of the argument of like, you know, like you're paying for my time, but you're also paying for like years of experience and time to like hone this craft, right?
Yeah.
But also, to be honest, that's why you're paying a plumber too, you know. And like plumbers did work a long time, especially like really good ones. Like they worked a long time to like hone their craft and learn it, you know. So, I mean, I know it's not like plumbing may not be as complex, but I'm just saying, like, you know, it's, I don't know. I feel like on both sides that issue can get really interesting because people can either be totally oblivious to it, or sometimes like people like overplay it and are like, you know, which by the way, I'm one of those people who's overplayed it, but I've been thinking about that lately. I don't know why. Does that make any sense? Or
Overplaying
spark?
the. Yeah, so.
What's that?
Overplaying the, like what we do. Or?
Yeah, I mean, like what we do is really cool and is really special, but like lately, and it should be valued. I definitely agree to that, and people need to compensate artists fairly. And it's definitely a specialized field, right? And like specialists come with like a price, so all of that's true. But also, like for myself, I'm like starting to get to this point where I don't know, I've been thinking about this lately where I'm like, I need to kind of view what I do as like being a worker among workers. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, like it's
like being okay with it being just like, you know, doing the art for art's sake stuff, which I think is really important, but also realizing like I'm a worker among workers, you know.
yeah, it's another career, another path.
Yeah. And even the art for art's sake stuff, like, you know, I think there are people who make other stuff too than just like books or comics, you know, and like are equally valuable in what they're doing, you know. So anyhow, I guess I'm just saying, I don't know. Yes, artists need to be valued, but also, you know,
chill out.
Yeah, like don't overplay it to where it's like, hey, we're the most valuable, you know, because then it's like we're falling prey to the same thing that annoys us, you know. It's like I get annoyed if a friend just assumes I can do free art for them, you know. But I'm sure, like, if I'm a lawyer, I'd get annoyed with friends who are like, hey, dude, like, can you send a cease and desist letter for me? You know? And it's like, wait, are you paying for that? No, just type one up, man. Come on. It's not that hard. But I guess there is, now I'm thinking through this argument. I guess there is validity to the fact that artists are usually looked at, like it's not like a lot of people look at artists like people look at lawyers, you know. Because it's like people look at lawyers and they're like, oh, they're going to be compensated. And they hire a lawyer and it's like they may not like the price, but they're going to pay it because they need a lawyer. I don't know. I don't even know where that thought's going. It's just something I was thinking about. The angle of it was interesting to me because I've always kind of taken the angle of just like very pro artist, which I am, you know, but I also was like thinking that could be taken really wrong by someone. And then they could be like going around being like artists are the greatest ever. Everybody else's career is full of it. I don't know. Does that spark any ideas, Frank?
Yeah, no, like I mean, it makes sense. It's a career, just like being a plumber is a career. And,
Yeah.
And or being a lawyer.
Yeah, and like
now people may not see it that way, but yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
There's I was actually remembering a joke I read as a kid, but so it's this doctor and this lawyer and the doctor, like they're at this get together, this party. So the doctor is like, hey, like I have a question, like, you know, some other people will come and ask me, like, hey, what do you think of this mo or this thing? And like, I'll tell them like, oh, it's fine, but I'm thinking that's what I do as a doctor. So should I charge them? And he's like, yeah. If someone asks me a legal question, I charge them. So you should charge them because that's what you do. Okay, yeah, good. That's good. You're right. And like the next day, the doctor opens up his mail and there's a bill from the lawyer charging him for asking that question.
Nice. Nice. That's so good. So it was the lawyer basically telling him he was going to charge him.
Yeah.
I just explained the joke. Thank you, you guys. Anybody watching, just know that if there's a joke that's funny, I will explain it till it's not. That's cool. I will say, if you wanted to make a crap load of money, getting into like law would probably be the way to do it. So I'm kind of excited. I'm almost done with this chapter, which is cool. It'll be fun to change settings. I feel like I've been drawing this house and this bike a bunch. So one of the things I like about graphic novels is like they have enough breathing room where you're not like just drawing the same place over and over and over again, you know?
Yeah.
But I guess in a short comic, especially like an action comic, you probably aren't keeping it at the same location for too long, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Or you can keep the locations interesting by having cameos of a lot of surprise cameos. That's going to be in Frank's next mini comic.
Yeah.
So,
which you can find now. Well, as soon as I post it up, but it'll be on Gumroad.
That'll be awesome. Yeah, that's cool that you did that, man. It's fun to see.
Yeah, there's also like I couldn't put everyone in, but I mean I wanted to, but how can I how can I reference everyone? And so like some it's just like their pictures in the background.
I like it though. It's like the founder pictures.
Yeah,
that's good. I think yeah, one of the great things about the trip, like I said, it's like when you're, let me see how to word this. I think like as a guy, when you get to like, at least for me, like making good friends at like in your 40s is a lot different than like in your 20s. Like, and so it's neat to like, it was neat to have like this meetup with like these people who are relatively new friends, some that aren't like that new, like Jim I've known over a decade, but it's like most of our hanging out is online,
Yeah.
And it's neat to like meet these people in person and like have the same, like, I don't know, just them and everything about them and stuff, and like are interested in each other's lives. And I don't know, it's just a cool it's cool to have that. Like I was realizing that on the trip too, just like what a cool time we live in, where you can make friends with people in all different states and stuff and meet up and be like, these are cool human beings, It's kind of a rad thing. And then there's like towards Paso Robles, and I don't know if it's Robles or Robles. I have no idea. Is it Paso Robles or I don't know. I'm not from that part of California, so I don't know how they pronounce it.
Well, I know Robles is a last name, but like I don't know how it's used right there.
So it's Robles.
Yeah, it's Robles.
Okay. So in that area, there's like that like it's like heavy wine country in that area. So like there's these stretches of road where it's just like winery after winery after winery after winery, right? You're just kind of out in this like green hilly area, just kind of winding. And so I'm just seeing winery after winery, and we're heading, to like our destination, and like finally like we passed by like this giant ranch. It's like probably like 3 miles long. Well, I don't even 3 miles is probably too small. It's like the whole stretch of road basically. And I'm like, this is a really big ranch. But there's a ton of ranches out there, but this one just looks unusually big. And it has like a sign on it. And the sign reads Hidden Valley Ranch. And now I'm curious if that was the Hidden Valley Ranch. I was about to ask him for like ranch dressing or something.
Yeah.
But, I couldn't stop or whatever because we were kind of heading somewhere. But I was like, man, now I'm curious about this Hidden Valley Ranch. Is it in that area? I guess I could Google it, but I kind of like the mystery of it. Like, I don't even know if I want to know.
Well, I didn't even think that was a real ranch. Like an actual ranch.
Yeah, I thought it. I agree. I'm kind of in the same boat.
But it was like just a brand that they came up with. Like,
yeah, and I was like, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It is sort of hidden. It is in a valley, so I understand the name, but at some point I'm going to break the mystery of it and just look it up, But yeah, so that was an interesting thing on my trip. I know people out there are envious, jealous. They want to see Hidden Valley Ranch and wonder, is that the real one?
There, here if you go far enough, like you go into like these ranches, but they're like on the outskirts, like they're really far out. Like
yeah.
There's one where we had to go for because I was working with a roofer, so fix their roof and paint inside. So that was like maybe a week's worth of work. So we're going back and forth. But we noticed on one time there was like this little corner store, and we never did it, but they had an actual old-fashioned phone booth outside, and like we need to stop there one of these days and just take a picture of it, like we're Superman. We never did it, but like that was like such a Like you don't see those anymore at all. So I was like, oh my goodness, they have a
Dude,
phone booth.
did you guys try going in it and seeing if you could travel through time?
I thought about it. But we're like that time we're going in, like we gotta get working, we're coming out, oh we gotta get back home, so we never stopped in. So like
That is
man, like
awesome.
I wanted to go back and just like take a picture there. Cause like you don't see you don't see those that often.
Oh, dude. Okay, so this was hilarious. So we kind of went to like the tide pools, um, by the ocean, and like my son's like kind of at that age where he's a little. He's more of like a nervous kid than a lot of kids, which is like a blessing actually, because I mean you know this, Frank, but it's like a lot of people don't know this till they have kids that like they're just like really different. So you'll have like one kid who
Oh yeah.
like if there's like a cliffside, they're gonna jump off it if you don't watch them.
Yeah.
And then there's other kids that are just like super careful and like cautious, you know. It's like, and it's weird because it's like just sort of their personalities, like from
Yeah.
like very early on. Um, and this is like before they develop fears, right? It's just like sort of personality stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Ben's more on that cautious side, you know, and it's funny because his cousin is like on the other side. So like if they play, like she's the one who like skin her knees like 50 times, and she's just like, "Oh, I'm good," you know, like.
Fine.
And he's kind of like a lot more careful, although he's still you know rambunctious and a kid, but you know. Anyhow, so we get to this part where we have to like scale this little cliff. It's not like a huge cliff. It's just like a little tiny. I don't even know if the word for it's a cliff, but it's like a area where, yeah, it's a cliff. So you kind of have to like climb down the cliff a little bit, and it takes like the mildest form of like bouldering to get down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so I walked Ben through it, and kind of he was a little scared at first, but he was brave and kind of did it. I was really proud of him. And then we get down there, and he finds like this rock and these sticks, and like he wants to take those with him. So I don't know if it's legal or not. I'm guessing it is, but we decided we're taking this rock and these sticks. So then when we get back to the hotel, I'm talking with like Jim and Corey and like Mai and Ben are like back at the hotel, just kind of chilling, like relaxing, getting like winding down because we've like done all our exploring all over the city, and like you know our ocean exploring and seeing like I mean just recovering from the mind blowing event of seeing elephant seals. You know, it's a hard thing to recover from because it's just the coolest thing in the world. But anyhow, so they're back at the hotel, kind of recovering from that stuff. And so I'm talking to Jim, and then my kid like runs up behind me with his sticks, all excited, and he's like, "Dad, Dad!" And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Dude, there's the dojo." And I was like, "What?" And so he takes me on this path like around our hotel, and there's like this secret garden area that I guess him and his mom found
Oh, good.
that has like, and it straight up looks like a dojo from like a kung fu movie. Like it's got like a terrace, and it looks like it's set up to like fight under. And so anyhow, my son trained me in stick fighting um at the dojo. So we were like getting in a fake sword battle with our sticks. And he was teaching me like different moves. He's like, "Now block. Now you have learned." It was kind of amazing. So there's also a dojo, a really hardcore dojo in Cambria. Just letting you guys know.
Oh
So,
wow. Can you go inside or just like like order?
well, it wasn't like actually a dojo, but to my son, because it was more like a terrace that just looked kind of like a dojo,
Okay.
like a oh my gosh, now I'm forgetting what that's called in like a garden.
Um, A gazebo?
Yeah, like a gazebo, but it was like a gazebo that looked kind of like a dojo
Okay.
type thing. An ancient ninja training ground. So that happened. That was cool. There's also a very seedy dive bar that me and Jim hung out in. That was cool. And it felt like it
As
was
soon as you
straight out
said
of
that,
one
I
of
was
the...
like, Jim is gonna be in there somewhere.
And what's funny is it actually felt like something out of a Jim Lujan cartoon. And we kept commenting about that because, yeah, it was fun.
Cool.
Roofing sounds like hard work, dude.
Yeah, I haven't done it. Like it's been a few months because the guy usually go with he'll call me when he needs an extra hand.
Nice.
But yeah, he hasn't called me in a while, so I haven't done it. So, but that's where I will kind of like get back in shape, and then I'm like, oh man, I'm out of shape.
Yeah, that's my problem right now with the comics thing, where it's like I am not. I have kind of gotten back into exercise, but I keep like never having time. And I know it's a matter of just making time, but it's just like for some reason right now, it just does not seem like I can get a minute, you know? So like I guess it's kind of, that's a pretty cool way to get in shape and also make some money, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if I were to try doing that, I would like, if your friend who does that like had me up there, he would like ask me to do something, I would attempt it, and then he'd be like, are you okay getting home? Like you gonna have trouble getting a ride?" I'll be like, "No, like I mean we're starting roofing, right, guys?" And everybody on the team would just be like, yeah, you should go home. I have no guns to bring to that event, basically. Like,
I have no guns to hold me down.
darn right. I would like to think of myself as like a Pinocchio-esque figure, where it's like my build is more of
It's just for show.
a wooden twig arm kind of thing going on. Adam's in the chats. How's it going, Adam? Adam, are you familiar with elephant seals? I think Adam would be equally as excited about elephant seals as I am. I guess they thought they were extinct. This is all what the volunteer lady there said, because there was just this lady who walked up to us and started giving us all this info on elephant seals, which of course Jim and Corey and I were joking afterwards, like, wouldn't it be funny if that's just like a lunatic who like just happened to walk by and was like, "I'm a volunteer, ask me anything," and you're like, they're just making stuff up. But she had like a elephant seal rescue or whatever kind of shirt, so I assume she was telling the truth. But according to her, they thought they were like extinct for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And then they just started popping up. I think in Mexico first was like the first time they saw them in like the 70s or something. And then in the 90s, I think it was the 90s, they started appearing in Cambria and just decided like, yeah, this is where we're going to hang out. We're going to, I guess, and half of why they beach themselves on the shore, from what I gathered, is to raise their kids. because
Oh, okay.
they like once the like baby elephant seals apparently can't swim, and so they go to the shore and kind of like nurse the baby elephant seals. The dads kind of hang out and challenge each other every once in a while with their big, crazy, funny elephant snouts. And then, yeah, they just kind of laze around on the beach, and then like the kids learn how to swim, and then they I think use that time to also like shed their coats, like so they'll like rub sand all over their backs to like help get rid of the old coat, and then back to sea. Kind of crazy. But I thought it was fascinating. Mainly because they just look like they talk like that, you know? They look like they'd be fun to animate talking.
Have you ever seen Happy Feet 2? There's elephant seals in there.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, my wife like loves those movies. I don't know if we've seen the sequel, but she really liked the first one. Like, really liked it.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. I think it wasn't bad, but I was like,
What was the premise of the second one? Because I need to be reminded if I've seen it.
it's the one with Hank Azaria as the Puffin, and he comes in and acting like he's a penguin that can fly. So that's the part that kind of got me a little like I don't know what they're going with it, with this because it seemed like Hank Azaria was trying to steal away Happy Feet's penguin wife.
Oh, that's right. I think I know what you're talking about.
But that there's like a blockage with the ice, and so they get the elephant seals to kind of break the ice apart.
I
It's
didn't
like a big
remember that
thing.
there's elephant seals. That makes me excited. All right, now I'm going to have to rewatch that movie. I should have like an elephant seal marathon. Watch only elephant seal stuff for like the rest of my life. Wouldn't that be funny if like you were so into like one animal or something that like you literally wouldn't consume any media that's not that animal?
Just only that animal.
I mean, it's not that far from a possibility. There are people like that with superhero comics, you know, where they're like, I like Spider-Man. And you're like, cool. Yeah, I like Spider-Man too. And they're like, no. Like, that's all I read. And you're like, okay. Well, do you like the movies? Or no, I like Spider-Man. And okay. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine that has to exist with like animals, right? Where there's somebody who's like somewhere out there's someone who will only watch movies with Scottish Terriers.
Sure.
And I want to be that person. That's my new hero. Oh, Adam, how's it looks like you had finished Toad Road 2. And I was explaining at the top of the stream that I've been not streaming lately because I was on vacation for a little bit. And then when I came back, I really wanted to pay attention to the news to hopefully find out if we're going to be in a huge world war, and also just kind of praying for Ukraine and stuff. So, and then today I realized like, oh, I guess I can't like not live stream for like a long period of time. And I'm working on comics anyway, and it wouldn't hurt to take my mind off things. So that's thus the absence. But anyhow, Adam, I would like to catch me up on what you're up to. If you're interested too, I can have you on the stream. as well. And it's looking like I'm going to finish this panel. So Frank, what's your like favorite kinds of movies? Like, do you have like a favorite genre? A genre?
I only watch movies with Jim Carrey or whatever he does. That's my jam.
I love that. You're like, I was offended by the comment about elephant seal movies because actually I only watch movies featuring
where Jim Carrey voices elephant seals.
Yeah, it's even more specific. It's like even more obscure and specific. I like that.
So far, I haven't seen one yet, but one day I will. I like different types of movies, but like I like comedy or I guess like superhero movies and like some sci-fi movies. Like I do like the Bill and Ted movies, which I haven't seen the third one though.
I haven't either. I'm a little worried about seeing it.
Yeah, like I want to because like I like the first two, but like, I'm not sure some movies should just kind of stay not redone. But
yeah, I kind of want to see it because, like, to be honest, Bill and Ted's is kind of a terrible movie, but I love it.
Yeah, like there's like there's stuff, it's outdated, but like it's stuff like when I watch it, it's still funny, and it's like I can't believe they got away with stuff that they do.
Yeah, and I rewatched it a couple years back just to be like, does it hold up? You know, the first one, and it totally didn't, but it does.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because it brought back like all the fun memories of it. I also didn't realize at the time because, of course, being like a kid in the U.S., it's like, you know, I had really not heard of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And so, and especially the age I was at when that came out, you know. So to me, it was just such a like crazy idea, like this telephone booth that like travels through time and stuff.
Yeah.
And in rewatching it, I realized like how much they were pulling ideas from Doctor Who for like the just, you know, it's pretty much the TARDIS.
Yeah.
But
and
it's cool.
I didn't know that either until I got into Doctor Who, and then like I was watching Bill and Ted. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, same here. And I was like, oh my gosh, I thought that was so original and fascinating as a kid. You know, just the idea of getting in this phone booth, and then it's like, you know, although it is funny that they didn't end up going the TARDIS route, so it's not actually bigger on the inside. It's just people have to just squeeze into it. But yeah, I need to rewatch the second one because I hope I'd be curious. It's been a long time, a very long time since I've seen that. But I can say the first one was a lot of fun and it brought back a lot of like nostalgia, you know?
Yeah.
Like I had forgotten about the whole like mall sequence where you have all the historical figures running throughout the mall and like Joan of Arc is like doing like
aerobics.
Yeah, power aerobics, like 80s power aerobics. And then I think it's Mozart, right? The guy.
Yeah, and like,
he gets like an electric piano. Yeah. It's good stuff. Oh, I sent Adam a link and I just realized I haven't been looking. Adam, if you were hopping on and I didn't put you on, give it a shot again because I'm paying attention now. I just realized I should probably be looking at the screen. I don't think he's hopped on yet, though. So, Frank, you are awesome. And I also think I'm getting quicker at these. And I also think these are less complicated panels than some of the ones I had to do. But I have finished a panel. And I'm thinking I should try to get 2 done. But I don't know if that's pushing it.
Okay. Right
Are you planning on hanging for a bit, Frank?
Yeah. I've been working on this same page. It's just coloring it because I need to color the pages for the print run. And I've been on the same pages going back and forth. But like I need to finish this. It's not that big of a page, but it's just, I forgot how tedious coloring can be. Where you're not doing it after you finish drawing immediately. So like, oh man, I got all these pages in the color, and this is why I do black and white comics because I don't want to. Yeah, but yeah, I'll be here. I want to at least finish this one.
Black and white comics that you don't want to color, like the colored comic, Jacob's Apartment, which is 138 color pages, and you can pre-order this by going to graphicmundi.org. You guys should also pick up 2 stories, book 1. And that being said, Frank, why don't you let people know where to find your stuff as I disappear for 2 seconds at the 2-hour mark?
Well, you can find my mini comics on Salazar Nation Comics on Etsy. And you can get issue 1 and issue 2. There's also a little standalone issue of Masked Woman. But that issue 1 and issue 2, I just finished issue 3, and that's a little bit of a bigger of a size. But that is the comic that I am combining and turning into one single issue. And it's the one I'm currently coloring. So if you want to get those, and they're like special artist editions, and once they are gone, that is it. Because I will put up this finished this colored version up on there. But go ahead and buy the mini comics because that is money that's gonna go to helping getting this funded.
All right, cool. Also, if anybody has any questions or anything in the chats, feel free to type them, and we'll do our best to answer them. And if you guys are so inclined, well, I do take super chats. So I'm just going to throw that out there because who knows? Yeah. So that's cool. So you guys did Tarako. You finished your mini.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's the next project, Frank? What do you think?
So we are working on War Banker 7. So turning that basic little story into a bigger story, and Anna is she's bringing all these elements and all these characters that she had from different stories that she wanted to do, but she wasn't sure if she was going to do them. So like I told her, this one we had a big conversation where it's like, you know what, just you have free reign, and so we're creating something new. So there's going to be some pretty cool characters and a storyline that we're working on. Today we're discussing some elements of the comic. So like as soon as we get a script ironed out, I will start coloring. I'm gonna illustrate it. Anna's gonna write most of it, and I'm gonna illustrate it.
Nice.
So that's gonna be interesting. Actually doing a 100-page graphic novel. So.
Sweet. Yeah, I kind of I don't know if you saw the last Artcasters.
Yeah.
But that like made me feel like I take way too long to do pages. It's really pretty incredible.
Yeah, David Hartman was.
Dude is a machine. But it's fun. It's like I do think like it was interesting seeing, and it gave me a little bit of hope for the graphic novel I have coming my way very shortly that I have to draw, There was like a loud bang. Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Yeah, it sounded like a gunshot. I might go peek just to see what all that is.
Okay.
I will look out the window. I'll be right back. We're not in a really bad neighborhood, but never a good sound. Oh, I think Adam's here. So Adam can introduce himself while I go check to see if there was a gunshot.
Adam.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Was there a gunshot?
That's what we're gonna find out.
Interesting. Yeah, sorry, I was getting set up. It took me a little longer than I had anticipated, but how are you guys doing?
Good. Great.
Good. Hope everything's all right.
Yeah. It's just kind of fun.
All right, so no gunshot. That's good.
Sweet.
Yeah.
How's it going,
I
Josh?
live near Edwards Air Force Base, fairly close. I mean, we're not like super close, but we're definitely in the radius of it. So whenever talk gets like kind of World War III-ish, it gets interesting because I'm like, I was watching a video just to kind of remind myself like what happens in like a giant, if that like a big conflict came up. And they talk about all the different points, and it's like L.A., New York, blah, 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 Edwards Air Force Base. And I was like, well, I mean, I guess on the plus side, I'll be gone if that happens.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, there's
But
like
anyhow.
a nuclear facility near where I live that has me concerned if any kind of stuff, you know, if it becomes a large-scale conflict. But
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think most folks should be pretty concerned.
yeah,
But,
when that first happened, the invasion, I was like, I didn't really know much about it. I've sort of caught up since then, but
Yeah.
I was a lot more stressed out when it first hit, just about the possibility of it escalating. But I'm a couple days behind now, so I don't know what's been going on.
That's probably a healthy place to be. It's not pretty. I mean, it's just going to be a really sad thing,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, if you like Twisted Sister, you might like the song that they're jamming against Putin. We're not gonna
take it.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Yeah,
D. Snyder said he approved. You're like, yeah, I like that.
that's awesome. Yeah, screw that guy.
Putin.
Not D. Snyder, but
Yeah,
Putin. Not cool.
I only watch D. Snyder movies.
We were just talking about. I don't know how much you heard. Adam,
I caught most. Yeah, I caught most of the past. I don't know, 20 minutes.
Yeah. So that's the new bit, is the idea of someone who only, like, they like one thing so much that's all.
Yeah, I get in moods like that though. I get pretty obsessive about stuff where it's like.
Me too.
It's not that I'll like skip everything, but it's like really right now all I want to do is watch like dinosaur stuff. I don't want to do anything else.
Yeah. See, my problem is, obviously out of concern. I mean, you know, being a person who wants to know what's going on in the world, and
Yeah.
you know, it's like I've been watching the news, but also while watching the news, being that weird rabbit hole-y person, I can't hear something like talking about like czars or like oligarchs and stuff without being like, well, I had a rough idea of that, but what is that really?
Right,
You know?
right. Yeah, I do that. all
And
the
so
time,
then
too.
I get a book on Russia, and now I'm
Sure,
listening
yeah.
to like Russian history, and I'm like, oh, there's like all this crazy rich history. Like I knew a lot of the history of it after World War II and during World War II, but I wasn't as familiar with like the real backdrop of like how that area was founded and like what the history is.
Sure, yeah.
And so it's really
Have you gone
fascinating.
to Anastasia yet?
What's up?
Have you gone to Anastasia yet?
Not yet, but that's a great cartoon, actually. That was one of those cartoons that came out when Disney was putting out. I think at the time they weren't really putting out really great cartoons.
That's
And
a
I think
Don
that-
Bluth movie, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful movie. Like from what I recall. Now I might watch it now and like maybe it won't hold up.
That's terrible. Yeah, I never had an Anastasia kick where I was like wanting to know more about the real Anastasia and looking into it.
Nice.
finding out that maybe she didn't survive, but they think that it was actually the brother that they couldn't find.
Okay,
Or-
you have to recap me on the Anastasia story. It's story
Okay.
time, Frank.
So,
Ladies and gentlemen, Frank Salazar is going to give us the story of Anastasia.
so when Anastasia's family, which I think was the Russians or Nicholas, they were taken and killed, but they said that they couldn't find one of the kids was missing, and someone theorized that it was Anastasia went missing, so they think that she might have escaped. But when I looked into it, I found information where it was like she probably was killed, but might have been the younger brother, Nikolai Jr., that escaped, and they don't know anything about him. But that was the whole thing about Anastasia, where they were actually looking for her, trying to find her, and someone kind of like finds this girl to play the part. But in the movie, it's supposed to be it actually is her. She had amnesia, but in real life, it wasn't her.
Oh, that's too
So-
bad. That's
Yeah.
interesting, man.
But in the movie, the cartoons, they always portray that it was her, and so the person that it was based on, she gets all these royalties because it's technically based on her life and not Anastasia.
That's crazy. That's awesome, though.
So that is imposter syndrome to the max. She was actually
Like-
an imposter.
Imposter syndrome to actually be known as a literal imposter.
Yeah.
Actually, now I'm thinking of a bit for that where it's like, can you imagine just like a YouTube video where there's a literal imposter just being like, do you guys ever just like feel like an imposter?
Like you're a fraud.
Like sometimes when I'm like scamming people for money, like it's like that. It's like they're just kind of like, I think I have imposter syndrome. It's like, no, I think you actually are a literal imposter. No. I think I have imposter syndrome sometimes. That would be funny. I could see that. Okay, see, these all need to be in Captain Anarchy. You can have the imposter syndrome imposter. And his whole bit is he just appears in panels and talks about imposter syndrome.
I see imposters people.
But he's like dressed as like a different person every time. Like he's got like Groucho Marx glasses.
Yeah, that's what I was
First
thinking.
time. He's like, do you ever feel like an imposter? Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm super exhausted or if that's actually funny. I don't know. So how you feeling, Adam? It seems like you've been on fire lately, man. Just like
I have.
cranking stuff out.
I've been in what I call the Infinity Zone. I got all of Toad Road Comics #3 penciled in like a day and a half. But I've skipped ahead, so I don't have #2 completed. I still need to just color a couple things, and
Oh,
it's gonna
okay.
take a while to like touch things up and stuff. It's like I'm at that stage of more like post production.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm not really. I mean, I'm motivated by getting it done, but it's like the least fun part for me.
Well, what you can do is like almost like since you're on this roll with the pencils, when you finally reach that point that most people do with pencils where you're just like, ah, sick of drawing. I need a break, Maybe I'll watch something, or you can be like, oh, my break's doing cleanup. And
Well, for me, the thing is, it's like hard to switch gears once I get into it.
yeah,
So it's like,
yeah.
like I'm really like the momentum of it too. I'm just like obsessed with drawing and inking. So it's like I could probably what I would do is like more likely move on to the next the next issue after next rather than going backwards because I just it's like once I switch gears into coloring mode I'm gonna want to the other thing is like once I get to coloring mode I'm gonna want to do more than a couple pages, you know. I just like to do a whole bunch at once. Like
Yeah.
when I get revved up to ink, which is usually my favorite part, I hate the feeling of like you inked a page and then there's nothing penciled left to do.
Yeah, I'm at that stage because this is my last penciled page.
Oh man,
and
I hate that feeling.
I'm penciling chapter by chapter, so it's like this is the next chapter. This is the end of that chapter, and so I'm about to hit that point. Thank you for reminding me, Adam. Now I'm gonna be all bummed.
Does that bug you? Like
the way I
Yeah, it
switch
totally
gears,
does.
I'll watch An Officer and a Gentleman, and then I'll watch Summersby, and that's how I switch gears.
what?
Richard Gere was in both those ones.
Oh, I was gonna
That was
say
that was
that's
like
the
that was a multi-level joke there, Frank. Oh man, I just switch gears by like every once in a while, you know, just I'll go to the store and buy a hamster. That's an old joke.
Oh jeez.
How did
That one
that
took me
old
a
wives' tale that used to like travel around elementary schools as like
Yeah,
the thing.
like I wasn't
Before
gonna
even
go
knew
there.
what that meant. That was like a thing people said on playgrounds all the time.
About Richard Gere.
Yeah,
Yeah, and the gerbils. Yeah,
yeah.
I wasn't gonna mention it. I was like, I don't want to stutter the man's name on air. I was talking about his movies.
But I do, you know,
Yeah,
it's like
I don't know how that
things where there's
I
like
don't know how
there's,
that came up because even I heard about that.
yeah, you wonder if there's just like someone out there who like really hated him and was just like, you know, because that's kind of like pre-internet memes and stuff. But like that was like a meme before memes, you know. It's like there were just these weird little memes that would just travel around playgrounds, and I have
Like
no idea
urban
where they originated.
legends, yeah.
What's up?
Oh, this? These urban legends and these.
Yeah, like
Now you
Bloody
can-
Mary was another one,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's basically that of the just like the modern age. It's like, oh, Richard Gere
yeah.
really liked the gerbils.
That's a way of putting it.
That's the full story, you guys. Like,
He just really likes them.
no one needs to look further into that.
You don't look it up. It's best you don't.
So we have yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I like for me, switching gears can be refreshing, and I'm more comfortable with it because I've gotten used to it. But it is always hard, and like I've tried on this to set up the workflow where it's more kind of in batches.
Right.
Because I did a lot of switching gears on book one. And then thinking about it, I realized I probably like lost some time on it just because of the task switching penalty thing.
Yeah.
And then we had David Hartman on Artcasters, and I realized I just probably shouldn't be doing comics.
Yeah, like I would kind of.
I'm joking, but the guy's amazing.
Pride
Sorry, go
myself on making comics relatively quickly, and he's like, I just did this right now in front of your eyes.
Yeah, in like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, very,
It's
very
like,
incredible.
You all feel ashamed of yourselves, and I was some of people in the chat. I'm taking this long because this, and then Dave Harmon said, "And bam."
Well, I figured he must be, you know, he mentioned he was going to work on that, but like, I know he is pretty high up in storyboarding, and I'm like, the storyboard artist, like my friend Chris is a storyboard artist, and he can work super quick. And then like his friend Ralph is a storyboard artist, and he's super good at working super quick. But even compared to them, it's like David's really quick. So it made me realize, like, wow, like But I figured he must be because I think he was talking about like he did like a 90-page graphic novel in like 3 months, and it's like full color.
Oh wow.
I was like, holy crap! Like, I thought Dave Baker was super quick, you know. But that guy, yeah, that guy's very, very talented dude.
Yeah. And he's probably been doing for like longer than we have. So.
Oh yeah, no, I only joke about it. Like I am comfortable enough with like where I'm at in art. Like obviously I will always aim to get quicker or whatever,
Yeah.
but it's like I'm pretty familiar with like what my strengths and weaknesses are, you know. That's kind of like part of art, you know. It's like you kind of get used to that and then you just try to grow and get better at your strengths and weaknesses,
Yeah.
you know, and then like the more you do that, the more you realize what you're good at and what you're not and what needs work. And yeah, I don't know. So I'm cool. I'm cool with like I actually think it's rad that there are artists who are like that quick and accurate. You know, it's kind of amazing. And it's
Well,
fun
his
to
work
like.
is so good too. Like it
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
just like he's like super sloppy or something. It
Yeah.
looks amazing.
Yeah, and it's really
Like
hard to
Mark.
work that quick if you don't know anatomy like super well. So it's like he knows his stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, his perspective is great too. Just the different up shots and down shots and stuff.
yeah, but he's definitely like. I mean, not all artists are like that, you know. There's some that are though. I think we were talking about. Oh, now I'm blanking out. The Republican guy. Oh, Tenaple is really.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
yeah, he's super fast.
I was like, oh, weird.
He's like one of the fastest.
Yeah. And similar industry too, where it's like he came from, you know, cutting his teeth like in the animation storyboarding and video game storyboarding.
Sure, yeah.
So makes sense. You got to be quick. Yeah. I think, you know what's funny though? My wife could probably keep up with David Hartman, like on her drawing abilities. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she's super quick. And accurate, which is crazy. I don't know how. So anyhow,
Is she right there listening?
what's up?
Is she right there listening?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, that was a compliment that was like, if she were here, I'd just be like, my wife's off. No, I'm just kidding.
She's terrible.
But no, she's sleeping like a sane human.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Sometimes though she'll be up working when I'm working, so that makes sense. Let's see here. I am excited though. Like this is why I like switching gears sometimes. It's like I'm actually really excited about getting to drawing again because at this point in inking, I'm kind of sick of this background.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I'm a guy who like I insist on like redrawing every background. So like just because.
Yeah.
There's also there are tricks to it to working quicker too. And they're not like there's no like bad tricks in art, you know, but like doing a more open line style's a good thing. I think doing like a limited amount of detail, like kind of limiting your backgrounds, I think is the smart way to do it. I'm not saying this will like speed everything up, but it can simplify things a bit. But yeah, I don't know. I think even if I tried all the simplification stuff, I'm still not gonna like if I were drawing next to David, he'd have like 50 drawings by the time I have like 10, which is admirable and cool, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was trying to do a daily comic strip, I went through and I tried to just make the design of my characters and stuff a little bit more efficient. That sped things up a lot. It actually took a long time to do that, like plan the
Yeah.
designs just in a way that I could draw really quickly.
Hmm.
But once I did it, it was like I went from taking a couple days on something to like being able to certain things I could get done in like an hour, like a whole comic strip.
Yeah, I mean that
Once I
makes
had it like planned out and just streamlined.
yeah, that makes a ton of sense. All right, I gotta keep the coffee flowing, guys. My brain is jello lately. All right, I'll be right
Always
back.
room for Jello.
What's up?
There's always room for Jello.
That's true. Yes, yes, indeed.
Hello, Adam. We meet again.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, Frank. How's it going?
Not bad. Good. I'm famous now, Adam, so I don't have time for a riffraff.
Okay. Is that what it is?
No, I don't know.
Too good for me now?
You're too good. You're too good for me now.
So how's life
no.
treating you, Adam?
Oh, not too bad.
Are you familiar with elephant seals?
I don't really know that much about elephant seals. I have been reading about seals lately, though. Like I've been interested in just different animals that live in the water, basically, like by comparison with the aquatic dinosaur stuff. So I have found myself reading about seals lately, but yeah, elephant seals are freaking weird looking. Like
Yeah,
they look like a Star Wars creature or something.
they do. They do.
They're kind of scary looking.
Oh, I love them. I think they're amazing.
But yeah, that's awesome. You guys just like stumbled upon elephant seals, or was it at like a exhibit?
No,
or
it's
something?
there's like a there's a specific spot like near Cambria where they literally just come like every year and just hang out.
Okay.
And they like hang out in mass, so it's like hundreds
They
Oh,
of
pray?
elephant seals just lining
I
the
know they're
beach.
Catholic.
Yeah. They take mass, and I think they're there because of the holy water.
Oh, is it because it's Ash Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I didn't know it was Ash Wednesday when I went to the store today. And there's like a lady with a blot on her face. I was like, "What's wrong with?" Oh, it's Ash Wednesday. Never mind.
There's a really good album by Anthony Perkins' son is like a really killer musician. And he made an album called Ash Wednesday that's really good if you're into like folk.
Yeah.
It's Elvis Perkins.
I like folk.
Yeah. He's got like a really tragic biography too. It's crazy.
Oh man.
But also just like really cool music. Like legit, like I didn't know the biography when I heard the album. And I was like, this is a really good album. And then I looked up the biography, and it was one of those nice moments where like the biography like enriches the album, but it's not like dependent on that, you know?
Have you looked at an elephant seal's skull, Josh?
I'm sure it looks pretty awesome because like
It's pretty weird.
One of the funniest, like the craziest looking skulls, unless you like build it out with like the cartilage and the muscle and stuff, because like bones have indicators on them where like cartilage attaches and muscle attaches, so you can kind of intuit. But until you kind of walk through that process, it's like, man, one of the weirdest ones. If you want to look up, like if you're on a skull and skeletons that don't look like the animals kind of kick, look up sloths, man.
Oh, nice. Yeah, hippos look really freaking weird too.
Sloth skeletons look like something out of like an H.R. Giger book. Like they look like they'd be like this frightening creature, you know. And like their claws look like really creepy, like as skeletons, especially giant sloth skeletons.
Especially sloth from Goonies.
So I would imagine, just in my head, I bet an elephant seal's skull is probably kind of similar to like a giant sloth. A little bit.
I was just taking a glance at it when you were talking about elephant seals earlier, but I was just it was like on the Wikipedia page, and it's like if you saw that, I don't think you would think anything remotely resembling what an elephant seal looks like, because it just looks very different from what the outer skin and stuff looks like.
Yeah, I think it's weird. Like, so I had this like really cool assignment. It was like one of the coolest things I did in art school, and I wish I still had it. But we made them out of like Sculpey, but it wasn't like the baking Sculpey. It was just like modeling clay. And so like it wasn't something I could hang on to, you know, because it's not like you could dry it. Like the whole point was just the exercise. But what we did was like we made like a full maquette, like a wire frame for like a maquette. And so it's like you build the wire frame and then you kind of lump clay on it, and like we had to, in this anatomy class, like literally build a human from like every bone, every single muscle, everything, all the way to skin. Like, wow. And it was a really cool experience. And in that class, it was cool too because we had life models come in. And so the teacher would literally draw the muscle on the model. Like he'd have like a Sharpie and he'd just draw the muscle and highlight it and be like, that's where this is attaching. So in that class, I'm not like an expert on anatomy, but like the teacher was. He's also like he's a cool guy, Peter Zukowski. So you can look him up too. He's a crazy traditional oil painter. And like half of his day job, other than just like teaching adjunct, his day job is like he'll get hired by like the Getty to like show people how the masters painted. And he'll literally make his own pigments and paint and stuff like that. Like he knows the whole process that like Rembrandt used. Nice. And so he'll just do like everything Rembrandt did, from like even mixing the paint powders and stuff. Like it's a trip. But yeah, he was a really interesting guy, and he was a guy who would like dissect animals and stuff, and like really studied anatomy like his whole life. Like I think since he was like 10 or something. But yeah, so he clued me in on a few of the indicators, because that was the one thing we like learned in that class, where it's like that's why this bone is shaped this way, because it's supposed to attach to like cartilage, and so it's going to have this certain look to it. And when you see those little indicators, it like does give you pretty big hints on like what's going to cover it, you know?
Sure, yeah. And there's those little there's like little insertion regions, like little holes and stuff.
Yeah, and exterior regions too that like indicate where cartilage would like kind of create a form, and where it would like, you know. But you're right. The part that I'm not sure, I'd have to see the elephant seal, but like, so you could probably intuit. It's hard though, because like even the little ones, I don't know if you'd be able to intuit that it's like chubby.
Yeah, that's one of the main things. Is like,
yeah,
how are you gonna intuit that part?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd have to take a look, but it's like, because like I said, the female ones are like have way less form. Like they're just like this blobby. They just have like fat rolls. They're really cute, but they're just like this little, like they look like a seal that's just like 3 times bigger,
right?
But like stuffed into the same skin, with like a smiley face, you know. But the males, I'd be curious to see if there's any indicator of like the weird elephanty thing that's like just dangling over their mouth, you know?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I think on an elephant there isn't. It just kind of.
Yeah, because the same for the woolly mammoth. That's why they thought that was a cyclops. Because there's no bone, there's no trunk bone.
Yeah.
But I think like even with the woolly mammoth, I think they kind of figured that out by looking at elephants. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, that's
So it could have been a
why we
cyclops.
think we know what they look like.
Yeah.
What,
But it's a
Frank?
trip. Well, we know what they look like now because they found one in ice, right? So like it's not even a guess now. They know what woolly mammoths look like,
Oh, yeah.
and their estimates were dead on. Like, you know, because they found that like that was a crazy thing that happened like what, like 10 years ago, or that was longer ago, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I was a wee lad when I was hearing about it.
But it was really cool. I mean, it's like they had like a fully intact, and I remember that was like a little bit after Jurassic Park came out. So I think as a kid, I was like, cool, they're gonna clone a woolly mammoth because they have like the full thing, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were gonna clone a dinosaur, that might be your safest bet.
What?
A woolly mammoth.
It's just a hairy elephant. Right? Just,
I mean, you definitely want to like mess with herbivores first if you go that route. That's all I'm saying.
just like give an elephant a lot of Rogaine and see what happens.
Yeah. That was crazy though. That I think that was in Siberia, right, where they found the like giant frozen block of ice. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't think it was originally a
I
block
think
of
it was.
ice. That would be funny if it just frozen like a big cube of ice.
Did you ever see that movie Iceman? Which kind of like a similar
Iceman?
thing where they found the and not the X-Men.
Are you talking about Encino Man?
It's the same premise, but it's actually a serious movie that came out before that. So I
Oh,
think
is it like
Encino
a
Man
horror
might be
movie?
No, it was a real thing. Like it's like they find this man, a caveman in ice, and they thaw him out, and they're able to revive him. And at the end, they kind of like release him into the wild, and he just like goes off and lives his life.
Is it humorous or like it's serious? It's like a drama.
It's like a dramatic movie. It's like what if they actually found a caveman and
Got it. Is it kind of like
studied him and
so is it like the day the Earth stood still, but with like a caveman?
I guess. I mean, they just find a caveman. I mean, that's how.
Well, I was just curious if like the plot device was similar, where it's like, you know, and by the way, I haven't seen the remake of The Day That the Earth Stood Still, and I don't know if I need to. But like at least in the old Day the Earth Stood Still, it's like this alien comes, visits, everybody freaks out, like the military gets involved. It's like this crazy thing, and it just the movie ends up being more about just like how terrible human beings are rather than like the alien invasion kind of thing.
Yeah, it's similar to that. Like, because it's scientists that find them, and then like at the end they kind of release them because it's like, boy, he is a person.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, does like are there like characters that have to like steal him away, like ET style? And
I think there's this woman that she kind of like they almost hit at a love connection, but I don't think they ever go through with it. I mean, I saw it on TV, so they might have. I don't know.
That's hilarious. I mean, it's not hilarious, but it sounds actually kind of awesome.
It was treated like as a serious film, so it was like it's like you're almost watching a documentary, like if they find a caveman and revive them, and what it would be like.
I want to see it, and I want it to be really sincere and also really badly made.
I think
that's what I want from what I'm hearing.
It's been a while since I've seen it, so I might even be remembering it through nostalgic lessons.
So what was it? It was just called Iceman?
Yeah.
Nice. but not X-Men's Iceman.
Yeah, no, that's why. There's a they made an X-Men movie. I'm gonna watch this.
Oh, is that how you found it?
It was on TV. Like they would just show. It was on Saturday morning after the cartoons. They would just show like Saturday evening matinees, or just show like show movies on TV, and so that was one of them. And at night they would show old horror movies, so I would that's where I would see Night of the Living, no, Return of the Living Dead, and Jason movies, and a bunch of other stuff. So,
I was a pretty sheltered kid. I didn't really see a lot of horror movies as a kid. And so it's funny, like, when I got a little older, what I found, like, really shocking at first, I think it was, like, Terminator 2 might have been the first rated R movie I saw.
You thought that was shocking?
At the time, because I hadn't seen a rated R movie till then, you know?
Interesting.
But that sort of popped my bubble, and then I ended up going backwards and watching all the rated R movies I hadn't been able to see.
Just like
prior
what,
to
like the
that.
violence in the movie? What was
Yeah, I
shocking
mean,
about it?
it was just so imagine you're in like 5th or 6th grade and you haven't seen a rated R movie, and then you like within 5 seconds you're seeing like skulls get crushed and people die,
yeah, yeah.
and it's
Sure.
like
yeah.
now it's like, you know, if I see it, it's like super tame, but at the time I remember just feeling like almost like the first time I listened to like really hardcore metal, and I was like, is a portal to hell gonna open? You know, it was like that kind of feeling. Where it's kind of like you feel pretty cool at the same time because you're like, yeah, this is like anyhow. And then obviously as I got more rebellious and watched more and more rated R movies and stuff, I was like, oh, that's like not really a like that was not like a hardcore like you know, scary movie or anything. It was just like an action flick. But I'd still remember the young me who was like probably a little too sheltered with that stuff.
Yeah.
I was kind of shocked. But I had missed out on a lot of that stuff, like Aliens, like all of that, like a lot of the 80s like stuff I ended up catching on the back end, you know.
Yeah, like all movies I watch on TV, and then when like, oh, we got VCR, I want to rent these movies. So imagine my shock when I saw Revenge of the Nerds uncensored for the first time. I was like, there's nudity in that? And I was like,
So I don't know how this worked, and I don't remember if it was censored, but I think it wasn't. But it's like when I was in junior high, I started because I didn't have like I wasn't in a bubble for like books I could read or anything. So I was really getting into like Douglas Adams, like in like 7th grade. I'd like read all of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series, and then found like the restaurant at the end of the universe and was all excited because like technically the series had supposedly finished, and then that extra one came out, so it was like sweet. And because of Douglas Adams, like it's like I think my taste in humor was like British humor, you know. So then like PBS used to play, I think it was PBS used to play like Monty Python like super late at night, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't censored, you know. So it's like, but I was just thinking about that for like stuff on TV. I feel like PBS somehow people, I guess, maybe watching this later or something if they watched it on PBS. I'm pretty sure it was like totally uncensored.
Huh.
But maybe I'm remembering that wrong. But yeah. Sorry, just when you brought up like the TV censorship thing. I was like, I think there was like a certain time where they could run stuff that was like bypass the censors or something.
okay. All right, I'm gonna head out because this topic is just too off the wall for me. No, I got to finish some stuff, but it's been cool.
Yeah, have a good night, Frank. Thanks for stopping by,
See you
man.
later, Frank. Have a good one.
Later.
Bye.
Subscribe.
All right. It was nice having Frank on. So Frank said you did like a 24-hour stream.
I did, yeah.
It's crazy. Is it still up?
Yep.
Dude, I'll have to check that out.
It was pretty uneventful, actually. Like, no one really, like, Frank showed up later on, like, way into it, but compared to my other streams, I was like, there was really not hardly anyone in the chats or anything. But, you know, if you want to see me drawing every page of the next comic issue and listening to audiobooks, it's pretty riveting.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I've thought about live streaming, you know, the other day when I was like listening to the news, but then I was like, I don't really want to bum people out if they don't want to watch the news, you know.
Huh.
But I also like I just feel kind of weird if I'm like live streaming. I don't know. I got to think about it.
And something.
How do you
major's
set that
happening.
up? Like for when you do it, you just do it through OBS.
Like listening to a book or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, through OBS.
Okay. But then your audio is coming from OBS, right? Not from StreamYard?
It depends on what you're doing. Like if you're using StreamYard, I don't know, because if, like, say I have a guest on,
Yeah.
I'll have StreamYard that I run through OBS.
Got it. So then your audio output is like going to your stream key or whatever to your channel from OBS. And then you're using StreamYard to kind of go through. Okay, that makes sense. So now I'm kind of curious in reverse if that would work. Because I do my audio through StreamYard. And it's coming from OBS to StreamYard.
So, like, give me an example, like you're trying to play a video while you're doing StreamYard?
So my audio is set to be coming from a mic that I have through StreamYard. But the video is coming from OBS. So
okay.
I'm thinking if I wanted to set something like that up, I would have to have the audio output coming from OBS. And I'm curious if I would have that set up correctly. So I'll have to look into that. That sounds like a definite question I could ask Corey Kerr, and he'd explain to me not only how to do it, but also how OBS was built and designed and who designed it.
Oh, wow.
I'm kidding. I'm kind of half joking. That's kind of how Corey is, where he like he knows a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
especially digital stuff. So quite often he will be like, and why that is when this was invented, and you're like, oh wow, you're like very, very well informed, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I found that, at least for what little I've tried to use stuff, I don't like the way StreamYard is set up for any kind of audio and video stuff. But it might just be that I don't know how to do it well. But like I found, like if I was using StreamYard to stream, and I wanted to like play background music or something, it's like it's just I don't know. I don't even know how you would do it, like other than just playing it through your own microphone, maybe. I don't know. Like I couldn't really figure it out how to do it well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way to do it, I think, if it's possible through StreamYard, would be to do your audio input from OBS as well through StreamYard, if you were going that way. But I have to like look into it. But anyhow, that might be cool, because then I could actually do streams on nights where I'm like, I don't really feel like for instance, the last few days I would have been streaming, but I was just like wanting to really pay attention to like, you know, what was happening in Ukraine, you know?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I would definitely watch a stream like that. I did a stream like that actually on the I think it was like the first or second day when the news broke out. I was just playing news clips on my live stream.
Yeah.
Because it was like I wanted to catch up. I wanted to find out what was happening, but I also wanted to work on my comic.
Yeah, so I mean, I was doing that just off stream, but it would have been interesting. It might have been interesting to do on,
I also felt like it was important.
It's extremely important.
Like this is more important than watching me draw comics right now or talking about dinosaurs or whatever.
Yeah,
Like
that's why I didn't even stream, because I just like, I think it's
almost
kind
like
of,
if you're not aware of what's going on, here you go. I'm gonna like force you
yeah,
to look at this.
that's actually not a bad call. Because I think the other thing was, I was just like, I don't know, I don't want to exploit that, but at the same time, it's like it is important for people to know what's going on,
Yeah.
It's funny. I have a lot of, well, it's not so funny. It's just I have a lot of friends who didn't think this would happen,
Really?
or they thought like Biden was just kind of giving like hyperbole, and I was like, no, it's when you have a U.S. president, like you can be as critical as you want of the U.S., but like if a U.S. president is saying, hey, we have information about this thing that's going to happen, and they're that certain about it, 9 times out of 10, unless it's the George W. Bush administration, it's pretty dead on. We have pretty good intelligence
You're saying
as a
about the
country.
invasion before it happened?
Yeah, yeah. Because like for me, it was when Biden like went on there and was like, yeah, this is how it's gonna go down, and they're like, well, how do you know? And he's like, we have really good intelligence.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, we're screwed. Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Okay. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, and a bunch of people thought that was just hyperbole, or that he was just trying to kind of like blow smoke or like saber rattle or something. And it's like, it was the way you'd have to see the way he had kind of worded it, but in like terms of like U.S. presidents doing press briefings, like yeah, yeah. It's definitely like, it was definitely at that point where I was like, oh, okay, I see where this is going. But it's scary, man. I mean, I was hoping the whole time that wasn't going to be the case, But
So I'm assuming you know probably a lot more than me just about like the kind of history and context of it.
I'm learning about like the older history behind it, but I think it's a really complicated thing. I'm hesitant to kind of speak on like the motivations, behind it,
Oh, okay.
because I'm not in Ukraine or Russia, so I'm sure I would get it slightly off, but I have a rough idea of it,
Yeah. Well, as far as you know, the United States has been involved in conflict with Ukraine and Russia since what, 2014? Is that correct? Or do you not know?
What do you mean by involved in conflict?
Like funding certain like we're allies with Ukraine, right?
Somewhat. It's kind of tenuous, right?
Like
It's
funding, um, providing weapons and funding and things like that. Training.
yeah, like on and off, yeah. And it depends on the administration. um,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
so, but I mean, in general, yeah. I mean, they're an ally, kind of, but it's tenuous because they're also an ally that wasn't sure they wanted to be an ally. Because
Oh, okay.
they're in a really tense scenario too, where their like neighbor is Russia, you know. And so if you're one of those nations, it's like a really tense thing if you decide to ally with the West for justifiable reasons, as we can see, you know. But like, yeah, it's a tense situation because you have NATO, and then now I'm blanking out on the other alliance that existed. Oh, the Warsaw Pact. And you have like those two kind of formulating out of World War II
Uh,
as like basically the way that the West and then the Soviet Union kind of carved up Europe after World War II.
Right.
And then it's just been kind of a tension between democratic nations and for a long time just the Soviet Union, you know, which is like a much more sort of authoritarian form of government. And also just different geopolitical interests, right?
Right.
So you have all your normal country tensions that would exist regardless of government, right? Where it's like resource struggles.
Right.
And that's, of course, a huge thing for Russia, right? Where it's like they want resources. And they also want, I mean, there's like this, there's like a really long history that I'm just barely starting to delve into that's about that area, that territory, because there's a long history of Ukraine being invaded. Like that, I think 1,000 years of history of Ukraine being invaded.
Oh.
So at least 1,000 years of it, I think. So from a Russian, like from a long history perspective, I think their interest there is like, it's sort of a good buffer between like the Black Sea and some other vulnerable areas between them and their and Russia.
Yeah.
Because it makes them less vulnerable for like land attacks. But the tough part of it is like, and this is the part that makes I think people really confused, is like I mean, there's some reasons, like there's definitely rich resources in that area, so it could make sense why like somebody would want to invade. But it really is like geopolitically like a really weird move. Like, because like the kind of nations that would invade Russia or would be interested in that, like they're all nuclear armed nations. So like if there were any sort of battle between the two that wasn't a proxy war, it would be like they're not going to be like mounting a land invasion, you know? Like it's just a threat that's like way beyond that, you know? So it kind of doesn't, at that point it doesn't really make sense to be like thinking in terms of like oh, okay, like this area will slow a land invasion, you know? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So it's hard, it's really hard to understand like Putin's rationale behind it.
Yeah.
I think he has a perception that it's like they're the same people, which, you know, there's like a definitely a shared like Slavic history, right? But it's like I think he thought that like he'd just kind of roll in there and they'd be like, sweet. But I also think sometimes, this is my own thing, but it's like I actually think just there's evil in the world.
Yeah.
And I think that like no matter how much like the world strives for peace and unity and like demilitarization, like there's occasionally just lunatics who show up and they have nuclear weapons, or lunatics who show up and decide like, well, I'm going to roll into this town, and everybody's like, no, we're all getting along. Why roll into this town? And it's like, no, I'm just going to do that and take your stuff. And it's like, well, why? Because like, I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that that's kind of inevitable, which sucks. And it's heartbreaking, you know? Like when this stuff first started happening, I think I said I like tweeted or whatever like that. One of the hardest things for me as like even though I've seen it, I've witnessed it multiple times, you know, in my lifetime, it's still hard for me to process irrational actors. Like, I can understand a villain that has a reason, you know?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But, like, irrational actors, like, people who, like, they have all the logic mapped out, and even in, like, a dark, evil logic, it doesn't make sense. People who do that kind of thing, it's really hard for me to...
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I don't know that much about this, but there's been an ongoing military action between Ukraine and Russia, right? It's not just like out of nowhere just going into Ukraine. There's been a conflict going on for 8 years or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of the objective that Putin's actually putting into play right now. Yeah, he wants Ukraine.
Right. Like
Just the bizarre part is
Ukraine is still, or was Ukraine ever part of Russia?
Pre-Russia.
Pre-Russia. What does that mean?
Like, I mean, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union.
Right. So before that, Ukraine and Russia were totally separate nations, right?
Well, it's actually kind of weird, but like the history is more like Russia kind of comes from Ukraine. Like if you go
right, that's my impression, but I wasn't sure.
So Ukraine's like the motherland in a weird way. And
like
then
the civilization and stuff was like established in Ukraine much earlier than the land and just stuff was developed way sooner in Ukraine than Russia, right?
Yeah, it's just because Ukraine is more vulnerable as territory, and this is like in an era pre like flight and stuff where like anyone wanting to invade had to do it by land or sea. And the fact that they were like that close to the Black Sea, well, it makes for a really great trading area. You know, because you have waterways and easy access and like really rich resources, but you have waterways, rich resources, and you're vulnerable, like, you know. And so I think that's why they ended up kind of like, I guess, again, I'm kind of familiarizing myself with the history, but I think that's why a lot of the, you know, during lots of wars and conflicts, people split off and decided to kind of move more into kind of like deeper into the continent, you know?
Right.
Rather than just stay right by that port, because it's a super vulnerable area, you know? So, yeah. But the thing that's tough about it is... and the part that's kind of irrational is like, why would you want Ukraine right now? Like, it just doesn't play out
as a territory.
Well, no, it's just any way. Like, if you logically follow it through, like even as an evil genius or whatever, right? If you logically follow it through, it just can't play out well.
Huh. Well, I feel like those are two different questions. So, like, if you could get away with it, why would you want it? Versus, why would you take the risk to do it if it's not going to go well?
But that's the point. Like, there is no risk to it. It just won't go well. Like, there's no way it will go well. Like, so the approach that he was taking earlier made at least evil genius rational sense. Like, where it's like you're taking little chunks at a time. Because he was like playing kind of like an evil chess game.
Right.
Where he's like, I can get this much and then I'll stake my flag. And what are you going to do about it, right? From an evil genius perspective, not genius, but just like evil perspective, at least it selfishly made sense. So I can follow his logic even though I totally think it's evil, right? But the move this time is so absurd that like it really like boggles the mind. Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. And I mean, like, even trying to think of it from like an evil, self-centered perspective, it just, I think that's why people are having trouble not just processing like the horror of it, but also just the logic of it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense beyond just like being horrifically inhumane. You know, it just does not make sense. Because there's no way it plays out well. You know, does that make sense? Maybe I'm not explaining well enough. I don't know. Are you still there? Might have lost Adam. I think we lost Adam. Oh, did you get muted somehow? Hold on. Oh, okay. I think Adam muted himself. So, Adam, if you were talking, you, I think, somehow muted yourself. But I'm imagining maybe there was a reason. All right. But yeah, that's the hard part that I've been trying to process, is like, I just don't even see the objective of it. Like, to have horrible casualties in general is just unthinkable. And if it's done for selfish reasons, it's horrible, but at least you have like a point where you can kind of relate to it. But to me, the whole thing now feels more equivalent to like, if you saw like a bad guy with like a match and he's burning something, but he's got like some kind of, maybe there's something he gets out of doing that. At least you can kind of understand it. Like, I mean, he gets like money or something, some kind of selfish gain from it. I don't think it's right, but at least I can kind of have a point of like relating or understanding it. But if it's a guy who just has like a match and he just burns everything, and like, you're like, well, why? And they have nothing to gain from doing it. That's the part that like is mind-boggling. And at least to me, it seems like this situation's more that, where it's like, I don't really see what the gain is, because it's just such an absurd calculation. And the risk is just like so much more extreme than like a regular military risk. But I think there's just people out there, you know? So I'm not sure what's going on with Adam and his muting. I hope all is well. I think I'll just... So while Adam's muted, I guess I'll just cap off that with, because I didn't want to get like super into talking about that issue, other than to say like I definitely think that Ukraine is 100% in the right in this scenario, and it's just an atrocity that's happening. There's no way around that.
Hey, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I had to step away for a minute.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I didn't want to get like super heavy into it, but yeah, I definitely think like this is definitely a scenario where I think Ukraine is like 100% pretty much in the right in this scenario. And yeah, I mean, you know, you have like a guy who, for his own ego or for whatever reason, kind of against the populace too in his country, has just decided he's gonna play with a match. It's a little scary, but also it's not like super surprising, especially from my, I guess, my ethical framework. I'm not like shocked by this, you know?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I sort of expect that there is evil in the world. Like, it's not like a big surprise. It's sad and it's shocking, but it's not like, yeah, I don't know, you know? Like, people do evil things.
Well, especially people with tremendous power. Like, it's to be expected, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, there's different people respond differently to power, and there's a definite when you lose all checks against power. I mean, this is one of the reasons I'm like a fan of the idea of regulating businesses. You know, and like then also having, you know, regulation on government. Like, I don't think government should be completely without reins. I think like any unchecked power can be really dangerous. Yeah. And we definitely are seeing that, where it's like, yeah.
Well, yeah, I need to catch up more because I don't. I mean, I've caught up for the most part on what has happened the past few days.
Yeah.
But I don't. I know next to nothing about the past, like what was going on the past few years that led up to this.
Yeah, I mean, it's so Ukraine sort of, I think when the Soviet Union split, Ukraine, I believe.
So that was what, in the early 90s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
was it the either late 80s or early 90s, right? When was it?
I think it's the early 90s because you had the fall of the Berlin Wall. Yeah. I think that was in the very late 80s.
I think my reference for it is who was playing who on Saturday Night Live when this was happening. Pretty sure it was like the Dana Carvey era.
Yeah, so it was under George W. Bush, which, like, for all of his faults, like, he had kind of created this very, like, he continued, like, the one thing that Reagan kind of got okay, which was, like, sort of taking down the heat a little bit on the Cold War stuff, like, later, very end of his presidency. And sort of, I think the guy, what's his name? Boris Yeltsin. What's the guy's name? I'm blanking out. The dude with the...
Boris Yeltsin?
Yeah, I think it was Boris Yeltsin. But yeah, so I think they sort of de-escalated tensions and sort of caused like the collapse of the Soviet Union. what I understand. But anyhow, there's from what I gather, like again, I have to read up on it more too.
Sure, yeah.
But from what I gather, it's like Ukraine has been sort of gradually becoming more and more of a democracy, and
Okay.
the latest was like a complete, like it is a little scary to somebody who wouldn't want that, where they've kind of like refused. I think they have like a civil war, like the Ukrainian people, and then they elected this guy who's like Zelensky, who was originally like a comedian,
Right.
who's like playing a president on television, because he was very charismatic and interesting. And now I think like now that the heat's on, I think a lot of people see like, oh, like that guy, because people were like kind of making fun of the fact that the guy was an actor, but it's like I literally cannot envision even my favorite U.S. presidents. I don't think any of them would respond to conflict in the way that he has, that Zelensky has. And then I think that honestly, it's probably Zelensky that's the reason that we're actually having like a more united response to it, as well as like, you know, Biden, like him or hate him, but like the steps he took very quickly when he was like first elected to try to restore the NATO thing and like our relationship with the EU. All of which were like things that that Trump kind of gradually dismantled, or tried to get us like disengaged from, because he thought like we, you know, people weren't paying their fair share, kind of.
Okay, yeah, I remember some of that.
Yeah, so like that is one step that I think given the situation now, I hope that makes it more clear to people like why those, like, as much as they're political and annoying, like those world global alliances are really important, because we live in a world where people have nuclear weapons.
Right.
And so you want to have relationships.
Do you know how many nuclear weapons there are today?
From what I understand, I think it's like, I'm gonna get it off, like obviously because I don't have stats in front of me.
The range of it.
But I think it's something around
in the thousands.
Well, it's like something around 18,000 that Russia has, and I think we have something like 16.
Okay, because you.
But I think like once you get into
thousands, wasn't it?
Sorry, what?
But from what I was looking to, this is like just from memory, so this could be totally wrong. But I thought that it was more like in the hundreds of thousands, and then there was like quite a bit of decommissioning of stuff and like negotiations where.
Yeah, a lot of
numbers
which
are still
started
high, but they brought them down quite a bit.
Yeah, and a lot of which happened under George Bush, the first George Bush.
Oh, okay.
Which, like, again, like, you know, he did some things wrong, but like in the de-escalating and kind of helping end the Cold War, you got to give credit to W's dad or whatever.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So he's like a Republican hero of yours.
Oh, he's not a hero to me.
I'm just joking.
Because I'm like, he made a lot of missteps, but
No. I was just saying, like, you're a very honest person, so I'm surprised to hear that. Like, in other words, I just didn't know that there was these like
I think
positive things that he has done.
Yeah, I think Reagan was one of the worst presidents we've ever had. But I'll also give Reagan credit for like I think he in the end of his second term, like toward the end, really did quite a lot to tee up the conversation that, and also George H.W. Bush. I think it's H.W. I can't remember.
I think that's right. That's
yeah, because that W
they both
is like
have W in the middle.
Yeah, but anyhow, George Bush the first. I think that was like the one slight positive outside of like also creating really crazy tensions in the Middle East that that we're still dealing with. But I think he was like the head of the CIA, right? Like when Reagan was in office.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was like the director or something. And so like then he ran for president. But I think like because of that, like if you're in that kind of field, no matter how dark or evil you are, you also are going to have a really clear idea of yeah. Oh, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Corey said, I like the new layout. I'm not sure which layout. Oh, you're talking about Adam's new layout. That's cool. And then let's see. Chris was saying 40,000 or so nuclear weapons. Is that enough? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like once you get to 1,000, you're kind of screwed.
I was so shocked by that because I always thought, like, just growing up, I thought there was like 10 or 20 altogether or something, and then I was like, oh, it's like 10 or 20,000, like thousand or hundred of
yeah,
thousands.
It's 10
like,
or
holy shit.
Yeah, it's 10 or 20,000. Like, I mean, if you rounded it up, basically, the U.S. has like about 20,000. Although I think we're at like 16, and then Russia's at 18. But it gets so disturbing when you get into the specifics of the kinds of ones, because like there's also cluster versions. Like, so it's a cluster munition, but with nuclear warheads, which is insane. I mean, if you think about like one that's launched that can split and be like 20.
Yeah.
And then there's I mean, most of like a good percentage of them are ICBMs, which is frightening. Yeah, it's just like one of those things. Chris pointed it out, or sorry, Corey put it very well, where he said the idea of mutually assured destruction breaks down real fast when you don't have rational actors. And that's why I was saying like the Putin thing, he's always been a nightmare leader who just will, like, as much as people are critical of the US, and I am too, like, and we have committed some pretty horrific things, in comparison it's like not even close. Like with like the kind of like the way that Putin wages war is like very insane. Like it's like it starts out somewhat like typical warfare, which all war is horrific. But then like as it continues, and this is the way he always operates, it kind of becomes more and more just like well, I mean, you're seeing it now. It's like he just has no problem like specifically targeting, like with the U.S. in general. Well, in the last 25 years, I wouldn't say like 30, because if you go back 30 years, we went this tack a little bit too. But it's like he literally just targets civilians. I mean, if you look at the casualties currently that at least people are able to access, it's like mostly civilian deaths. It's not like they aren't even going after troops.
I didn't know that.
Because the whole idea is like they've, you know, his strategy is just kind of like, let's freak people out and fight the psychological war so they just give up, you know. Wow. But anyhow, the part that's scary about the situation is like the way, as evil as he can be, he has always operated in ways where you're like, he's kind of pushing it, but he's skating this like evil line of like, but I'm kind of technically within the law, or I'm technically here, and I'm just kind of stretching out a little bit. And I'm just going to take it inch by inch. But the idea of just kind of like taking, so technically he could have done that and like crept on Ukraine till Ukraine was just consumed and was Russia. And the problem is like when he does something like annex like Crimea or something, it's like, what are you going to do in response? I mean, like, anyhow, I'll be right back. I'm gonna disappear for 2 seconds.
Sure, yeah.
If this is at all interesting as a
Oh
conversation.
no, this is actually something I've been looking forward to talking to you about.
Oh, okay.
Because I figured that you were knowledgeable on it, and something that you were interested in before it kind of broke out.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think we probably have similar levels of knowledge about it. Like, I'm not like an expert on that part of the world, you know. So I'm reading about it too and kind of learning more about it too. So I'll be right back. Okay, so my general understanding is like he kind of tends to be more like kind of your typical nationalist.
Putin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it's like if you talk to like any nationalist, they tend to have this like theory of kind of like might makes right. That kind of thing, where it's like just the most powerful is like the correct person in the scenario, you know?
Okay.
And I think that much like a lot of nationalists, like if you talk to like American nationalists, and I'm talking like not people who are nationalistic, just nationalist, like straight up nationalists, right? I think that they tend to have this like weird way of like viewing history where they'll kind of pick and choose like for instance, like if you talk to like a white nationalist or something, right?
Sure.
They're usually going to have like some weird idea of like everything stemming back to like Rome. That's like this weird ahistorical view of history where they're just kind of interpreting everything through this lens of like somehow these people who are not geographically connected and honestly like even in their DNA aren't really all that connected, but they make this like connection based on this like fiction of like this Roman Empire that supposedly kind of expands to like areas that just fit their kind of like weird objective, right? I don't know if that makes sense. I've had the unfortunate occasion to have to talk to like a white nationalist before, and it sucked because it's like it's hard. It's a hard conversation to have because like you're not even looking like it you know, when you're talking to somebody where you're not even like able to sort of see like a baseline of truth,
Right.
it becomes really tough.
Sure. Yeah.
So Putin kind of has that going on, but like with this sort of fictionalized version of the czars. But then again, like this is where I'll admit weakness in my like knowledge of history because I'm just starting to read some books on like the really ancient history of Russia.
Oh,
you
cool.
know?
Yeah, yeah.
Because I want to get more familiar with it. But
Like
from what
how far back does that go?
it goes like
The
to
stuff
like
that you're reading.
yeah, it goes to like the foundation of like when settlers first got there. You know, like the first people there.
Is that like 1400s, 1600s or something?
I think it goes back a little further, like 800.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah.
I must have. I think I meant more like 400, 600.
Yeah, so like
So it goes way back. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it goes pretty far back, and then just it's like an overview of like the geopolitics and like the different regimes and stuff. And I'm just starting it, but from what I and so I haven't even gotten to the parts about like Putin or anything. But from what I gather, like he has this idea of like sort of this strange, like Slavic like power.
Okay.
And kind of views like the USSR as like this sort of perfection, like close to perfection they had reached. But I think he looks beyond that and like has this whole take on like on like the czars, like the different like oligarchs that like kind of ran it before the USSR, before Stalin, you know.
Okay.
And so it's like this very strange kind of ahistorical thing that becomes very nationalistic and very like supremistic, I guess.
Yeah.
And also relies on like kind of a fictional history of like this united time that I think, from what I gather, it wasn't really ever the case.
Can I ask you a quick? As far as you understand, do you think that Putin genuinely believes that this is how it is, or he is like distorting it intentionally?
Well, I think he's like a lot of dictators, where I think he drinks from some of the punch he's serving. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like he just believes his own.
Like if you like read about like North Korean dictators, like
Sure, yeah.
It's this weird thing where they know they're lying, and they create this propaganda. And it was the same with Hitler too, where it's like he knew he was lying, but he created this. But at the depth of it, he really did believe this weird kind of pro-German thing. That was like he really did believe it, even though like he was also creating propaganda and literally knew he was lying about certain things. At his core, it was based on this like false idea of history. So if you read like early writings of his, it's like he had this completely bizarre take on like history in general. And then that kind of stemmed into this whole like justification for the lying. Putin's very similar.
Okay.
So he has this idea of like this Slavic like purity and this idea of like a unified like Slavic kind of nation.
So it's very similar to like Hitler with Germany.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like shockingly
like Aryan stuff and.
Yeah, I mean it gets a little
stuff.
less racialized, but yeah, he is very like it's uncanny, some of the comparisons, especially with the moves he's making and the territories that he's interested in. So I think that his end goal is to expand and grow. I think he has geopolitical interest because he sees a shrinking philosophy that like and form of government that is just not extremely sustainable in the modern world. And so it's like that too, where he's kind of retaliating against like modernization.
Okay.
So there's that on like a self, but I think on a broader level, and I think this move that he's making is less like most people who looked at him thought it's like, okay, he has these like crazy ideas, but he's kind of making these tactical, very slow moves that make geopolitical sense. But this one doesn't make geopolitical sense. Right? Because I mean, again, how does it even end well? Like it, yeah. But to his broader narrative, it makes a lot of sense. So the narrative that he's been spinning, like people think he might have. A lot of people are speculating he might have like lost it, much like Hitler, where Hitler was kind of drinking his own.
Do you know
and again, like people, even with Hitler, like people were like, well, he's just using hyperbole, you know? And then it's like, oh no, he's not. Like it's kind of possibly one of those scenarios.
Do you know anything about his claim the other day of, he said something along the lines of, we're going in here, we're demilitarizing Ukraine, and we're denazifying Ukraine.
Sorry, what about it?
Do you know much about do you know if there's any substance to this idea that he's claiming he's denazifying Ukraine in any way?
Oh no. I mean so that just ties into that's just him trying to get he's basically trying to get sympathy and interest from the people of Ukraine, right? I mean Zelensky himself is like Jewish, so that wouldn't make a lot of sense. You know.
But aren't there
well, there's neo-Nazis in Ukraine, just like there's neo-Nazis in Russia and in the U.S.
Okay, yeah. So he's not going in specifically attacking these neo-Nazi groups, but that's his claim, sort of.
Yeah, I mean you can probably ascertain that from the news. It's I don't think there's a lot of in kindergartens. I don't think that exists, right? Because he's bombed kindergartens and universities.
Oh wow!
And residential districts and power plants. He's mainly the places they've bombed so far are that's just him spinning propaganda. That part, you know.
Okay.
That's him trying to come up with a justification to take Ukraine. You know. I guess if we tried to make an analogy to the U.S., because Chris called it out pretty well here. He said we're seen as hypocrites for pretending to be the moral high ground for all our own sins. But he was saying Putin's not even pretending. He's just kind of making a very much a make Russia great again sentiment. And it's very similar to the make America great again thing, where it's it just kind of ignores a lot of U.S. history. And so again, there's nationalism, not even close to the extent that Putin has, but still eerily similar to a lot of the MAGA movement, where it's when you talk to somebody who's really knee deep in MAGA stuff, they have this idea all the founders of the U.S. were Christians. You know what I mean? They have this kind of weird version of U.S. history that when you read history, just wasn't the history of it just wasn't history, but they think it was, you know. Yeah. Columbus, all the kind of narratives that they kind of buy into, and they're well, we need to go back to when America was great, and you talk to them and they think America was a Western movie, you know, and you're it's not that wasn't yeah, people weren't just having showdowns at the OK Corral and you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, they kind of were, but not these people think they were.
Yeah. I feel I was taught a lot of that stuff, so it's
yeah, I mean, I was definitely
I could see people becoming indoctrinated and kind of believing what they were taught in school, for example. I mean, I'm not trying to make an argument in favor of them believing that, but I was pretty surprised when I found out the real story on Columbus. I was taught that he was this brave hero, you know. When I read about what he actually did, it's holy shit, that's insane.
Yeah, and it's it's one of those things of there's propaganda in any scenario, you know, but it's when you're dealing with dictatorships, the level of propaganda is just I mean, just think about in real time, right? What we just witnessed in the last 6 days, right? You had a guy who was saying he's building troops along a border for months. And the whole time he's telling his own country, we're not going in. We're just doing an exercise, right? And then in real time, clearly visible to anyone who lives in Russia, even on their own state media, suddenly he's we have to go in here and denazify this area. I mean, just completely pivots from we're not attacking, we're not building up, we're not actually doing this, to like, yeah, we're doing this, and by the way, this sovereign country isn't even legitimate.
Wow, yeah.
And like, here's the thing: if you see how like the propaganda is spun over there, it's like half the citizens know they're being lied to, and then half of them get so much like distortion of truth that it's like, if you take like the way that the US like spins information,
Sure, yeah,
and then you just like amplify it like 110% because there's absolutely no free press, that's kind of what you'd have, you know? Like if you and I were having this conversation, like, and you could just have like agents show up and suddenly you just disappear, you know? Like that's kind of the level over there. And not like abnormally, you know, in like a one person kind of disappearing kind of scenario.
right.
But like pretty much anyone, you know, like you go do your BLM protest or whatever, and then like 5 minutes later, everyone who was at the protest just isn't there and got beaten by the cops. But there's like there's literally no like court trials or anything. It's just like, yeah, that's what happens when you protest. You just get beaten, you know. It's like so it's like all the corruption you see in like a typical democracy, but just like times like 50, because like it's literally the state is completely without any checks and balances, you know. It's literally what Putin says, you know, is truth. It's a really scary thing. I don't know. I mean, I think yeah. Like, again, I can be really critical of the US, but I also think like there's also some stuff we learned in history that is true and is pretty nice about our country. We're not the like best country in the world. We're one of the I think we are the most powerful military as a whole in the world. Although I'm trying to remember, I'm pretty sure I think Russian Navy might actually be superior. I can't remember. I know there's a couple branches of their military that's far superior to us, and then in nuclear power, like we're shockingly close. Like I don't know who is superior in that sense. And the scary thing is, when it comes to like nuclear power, it kind of doesn't matter.
Right.
Like it does, but it just gets to this point of absurdity where, you know, that's one of the scary things about that situation, you know. Where it's like
nuclear war is freaking crazy. Like
well, it's also like, you know,
can't even like wrap my mind around it. It's just it doesn't seem like a real thing.
Yeah, because it's like incomprehensible, the level.
Yeah.
Like there is no like minor tit for tat scenario there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the weird part, is like, I think as horrific as like a world war is, I think we can all imagine one because we've seen it, or at least read about it, right?
Well, the
but
Second
you literally
World
can't.
War,
You just can't have that anymore. Like that just can't exist.
Because like during the Second World War, the United States had a very small number of nuclear weapons. And did anyone else even have nuclear weapons yet?
No, because we literally invented it first.
They had just invented it. So
and like
so
the
if we
scary
use
thing
that
is
as something as a comparison, it's like that was before anyone besides the United States had a few nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Manhattan Project. I mean, that was in the U.S. One of the scary things too is like the more people have looked into it, it's like Germany was like super close, like they were super close to cracking it. So, like, yeah, it was like I mean, you know, I think people have written like speculative fiction where it's like, what if we had been second to getting that?
Right.
But no, yeah, like that's literally where just you can't have a world war. So like this is the sad thing, and where I empathize, and I would hate to be a world leader. It's like what is the right call? Like, what is Biden supposed to do that would be like the right call? Because it's like, so Ukraine gets invaded and you do nothing, then you have NATO nations like neighboring a hostile country that just took a country, just with like no, like just threw away any diplomacy and was just like, yeah, we're taking this for us. And like now they're like right, like NATO's like right next to it, which is why honestly they hesitated even having Ukraine in NATO, because they didn't want to be in that tense of a situation.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Where you're literally threatening a nuclear power at that point.
Yeah.
So, like, do we send troops to stop them into like a non-NATO country? Because the second like one U.S. troop is killed by like a Russian troop, then you have war. Or like the second one U.S. troop kills a Russian troop, like then you have war. And it's like, it's not masked behind like the proxy war nonsense that we shouldn't be doing, but that's kind of what we do. We don't do direct. And it's like, if we do direct, then like suddenly you have nuclear on the table, and that's scary. I mean, that's like, that's not something you can like bully. It sucks that that's the truth, but it's like you can bully nations that don't have those things. But the second you have a bully who like can push a button and it literally ends the world, like you can't really get in like a little bully fight with them, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a really weird thing. Chris was saying protests have to be pre-approved by the government, along with how many attendees. If more show up, the organizers go to jail. That sounds. I think that's the way it is, kind of in the U.S. We're seen as hypocrite. Yeah, Chris was saying mythologizing the past. We have that here too, and this is the part that I think is important, though. It's like, there are scales of things, and so like, let's say it's possible to have two people in a room who are both assholes, but one is worse. Right. And I think that's always like I don't know, especially being a person who's left leaning, and I can be really critical of the country I'm in. It's like, but I think you'd be an idiot to like say that it's like a similar level of corruption, you know? It's just not. But yeah, there's corruption. Escalation is hard to avoid. That's why we can't establish a no-fly zone, because if one jet gets taken down, it's a world war. Yeah, and also they talked about like, it gets even more complicated than that, because a no-fly zone could actually help Russia take Ukraine quicker, because Ukraine right now has drone capabilities, and they do have some fighter jets, and so they're able to have a little bit of air, like a very minor amount of air defense against ground. But the second you close off the airspace, then it's like Russia doesn't need air dominance. Like they have land dominance, air dominance, and sea dominance. So if you take out one that can kind of prevent their land dominance, then like it's just done. It's sad. Like, and then here's the thing that sucks is like Ukraine will get taken. So that sucks too, you know.
What do you mean Ukraine will get taken?
Like Russia's going to take every city in Ukraine. I don't know if they can hold it, but they're going to take it. There's no way that's not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
It's just it's a matter of how long that's going to take. It's not really a matter of whether it'll happen or not. But it's weird because I don't envy. This is where it's crazy, kind of what Putin's doing too. Because what's the objective? Because he can't hold the area. So like, what is the purpose? And then the weird thing is like, all it takes is like, let's say they start getting to areas of Ukraine where where like they're chasing troops, and the troops kind of retreat to like Poland, or somehow a shot gets fired across that line, I mean, now you're talking again like nuclear war, right? Because now you're messing with NATO, and it's like then you are literally initiating that response. It's crazy. It's just a crazy time. I don't really know what the solution is. It's what it makes me. I don't mean this as a cop out because I still stay engaged, but it makes me thankful that I believe in Christ because I'm like, I really don't think there's the solution to like total evil in the world. I think we can try, but I think just people are corrupt, you know? Yeah. Anyhow, sorry for the rambling. I was trying not to talk about Ukraine, but...
Oh, really? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were trying not to.
Well, no, it's not. I'm more just thinking like, I think I agree with what you were saying, where it's like, I don't kind of have a problem talking about it because I think it's really important. And I think that I actually will say, like, you know, I think that if people are not siding with Ukraine in this situation, I think they're insane.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I haven't seen anyone who is like siding with Russia on this, but
I saw one guy talking really positively about Putin at the beginning of it. But I don't want to call him out, you know. He's a little orange in complexion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess besides that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't Trump or didn't the orange guy, the anonymous orange person, he like praised the actions of Putin, right? He said that it was like genius or something.
Yeah, and the weird thing is he didn't like, so I was saying like evil genius, right? He didn't say evil genius. He also didn't say like it's like he's taking advantage of, like he didn't kind of continue to like sort of elaborate that like he thought it was wrong or anything. He just was like, yeah, it's a good move. Like, you know, like that's the part that's a little creepy. And then like 4 days later was like, yeah, but it's not great. But he wouldn't have gotten away with it if it weren't for weak Biden or whatever. And what's interesting is I think that like this is what concerns me too. I think people are going to have deja vu and just forget the fact that like, so the very people under attack are defending themselves using the weapons that Trump was trying to hold back to blackmail the country so that they would talk crap about the president. And again, Zelensky, you see his character in this war, he's just not a guy who's going to like kowtow to like a threat. And so he didn't. Anyhow, people have forgotten about that too, that whole thing, you know? So I think by the time it comes to like, you know, election season, like you're going to have all these people on the right who just suddenly forget about all of that. And they're like, oh, Putin, like, yeah, Trump's always been against Putin, you know, like, and pro-Ukraine or something. Anyhow, sorry.
Oh, interesting. I see what you're saying.
Because
So
they have the memory of goldfish, you know, like
is your impression that more that the like in the United States, Republicans today, like right now, are more siding with Russia, or they're more siding against Russia, but you're kind of saying like rewriting the history of Trump being like.
No, right now. I think I want to hesitate to say Republicans because I have a lot of friends who are Republicans who didn't vote for Trump and didn't support Trump and like kind of see it for what it is. So I don't want to say like Republicans because I know too many that just didn't fall for the BS. But the Republicans I know who kind of went and got in on the Trump train, they tend to have deja vu about things that Trump did. And so like I wouldn't be surprised. What I'm saying is like I wouldn't be surprised if like the next time that like by the time there's an election, if Trump suddenly talks about how he was very much like fighting Putin and pro-Ukraine, and Republicans will just forget the fact that he withheld weapons from Ukraine, that he tried to blackmail Zelensky to make up fake information about Joe Biden, they're just going to forget that. They're going to forget that he praised Putin, that he hung out with Putin, that he like was like best friends with Putin, like they were really tight. I think they're just going to forget that. I mean, you got to realize, like, the right has perfected the brainwashing. The left, they're okay at it, but the right's like
They're okay.
the right has perfected it. Like, I think they learned that with Iran-Contra, because you can talk to like hardcore Republicans who just think Reagan was like the best guy, and you're like, well, what about Iran-Contra? And they're like, what? I don't even know what you're talking about. It's like, you know what I mean? So,
No, I don't.
anyhow, Chris was explaining it too. It's like Tucker Carlson did a whole thing about how Putin's this poor, misunderstood guy, and he went on this long tirade about it, and then like 2 days later just flipped.
Okay.
And
yeah.
And so he was saying Tucker Carlson flipped a switch from pro Putin to critic as soon as civilian casualty videos started coming in. Anyhow.
Okay.
Yeah, and Chris was saying you can't not talk about this. This is historic. Yeah, and it is a little interesting because it's like, I mean, it's tragic, but it's like it's I've been praying about it. I don't know really what else to do other than pray. And like, I don't know if there's ways to support, you know, especially like refugees, like that would be like the other thing I can think, you know. Chris was saying, strange because we have full access to HD video interviews and history. How can people forget? That's the weird thing, though. I've literally sat down with Trump supporters and showed them video of Donald Trump saying something in like clear as day, and they'll be like, yeah, that's just doctored. And you're like, dude, it, like, I don't know, it's weird. Truth doesn't exist. He wasn't kidding. Like, anyhow, I don't want to go on a Trump rant, but I get concerned about the nationalism and the willingness to kind of buy propaganda. Like, I don't know if you guys yeah, I don't know. Now I'm getting too exhausted to kind of even go back into that stuff, but they're definitely yeah, I mean, it's definitely gotten to a point where you can have documentation, proof, you can have a video recording of the thing happening. Trump wasn't, that's what I was going to say. He wasn't kidding when he, like, early on, I think it was like right after he got elected, where he said he could shoot somebody on the street and like they'd still love him. Like, they just wouldn't even believe it happened. You know? Okay. I'll be right back.
I mean, depends on who he's shooting, right?
All right. I'm really loving the that page, Adam. It's looking
thank
cool.
you.
I like the guy on the top right.
This one.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, yeah. Thanks.
He said that's the tactic that's worked for Russian social media, where they're inundated with so much fakery and exhausted into apathy. Yeah, like that's kind of like what just happened. Because could you imagine if, like, just to show the difference, like, even though the U.S. has issues or whatever, can you imagine if, like, a U.S. president, like, surrounded a country with 200,000 troops the whole time saying it's a troop exercise to the American public, and then without going through any procedure, process, kind of does like a 5-second pre-recorded video where he's talking to people like 20 feet away from them, like a long table, and saying like, what do you think of this? And they're all like looking really scared, and they just go, yes, we should do it. Yes, we should do it. Yes, we should do it. One of them goes, why? And then he kind of glares at them, and they just go, yes, we should do it. And then the next day they invade a sovereign country and just go, yeah, it's for the country because there's Nazis in there. That's why. Like, I mean, at least with the weapons of mass destruction excuse, at least they bothered trying to make it sound convincing. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's an interesting dynamic where the media has gotten so, and I do see a little bit of that on the right. Like growing nationalism, willingness to kind of buy propaganda, the QAnon thing where people start just believing anything. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Adam, you got me on a long tangent.
No, I think this is an important topic, but I think that, I don't know. I guess it sounds like you're hesitant to kind of, like, you don't really want to talk about it because you think that people don't want to hear about this.
No, I'm hesitant.
Or just it's like controversial, like you're worried.
No, I'm more hesitant because I'm just super sleepy.
Oh, okay.
And also because I've
like the length of it.
I've been paying a lot of attention to it for like the last week, and hang on, I'm gonna disappear for a second, and then I'll explain
Sure, yeah.
when I get back. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Josh asked me a question. Can you imagine the United States doing that? Yes, I can imagine the United States doing that. Just saying. Could very easily imagine them doing something like that.
Okay.
I guess depending on who's in power too, right?
What is?
Whether it's Republicans or Democrats. You asked if I could imagine the United States doing that?
Well, yeah, and again, like both parties are pretty corrupt, but like one is like, again, it's like you can have two assholes in a room and like they're not necessarily the same level of mean, you know. I think why I'm hesitant is like, first off, like I finished my second panel, so
Oh, nice.
and I started the stream by kind of talking about it, but I don't know why I've been in like a fog in the last few days, just like a brain fog, and I think some of it might have to do with like keeping up with what's going on, and this is actually going to be very bluntly about what's going on right now, where I was watching a journalist who was in a cancer ward in Ukraine as it's getting bombed, and there's bomb sirens going off.
Oh, wow.
And it was a children's cancer ward, and a mother who couldn't bring her kid across the border because he's getting chemo, and he's like 1, was having her kid like checked up, and he is a 1-year-old dealing with cancer, and the anxiety was causing him to grit his teeth back and forth.
Yeah.
To where you could hear it like.
Oh my God.
And the mom told the journalist that he's been doing that for the last week out of anxiety, and not because of cancer. So that's the cost. I mean, that's just like, to me, that I was at work and working on designs and listening to the news to just pay attention to what's going on. And that broke my heart. Like I almost like broke out in tears at work, and I was just like, I just can't, like, I can't comprehend that, like the kind of evil to like put that on anyone. And then just thinking about war in general, even wars we've been engaged in, it's just like, it's overwhelming. So that's part of why, like, I think I've been feeling exhausted, and I don't dodge the topic. It's just more of like, it's 1 a.m. and I have to work at 6. But I also, I think it's heartbreaking. And the sad part is, it's like, again, if there were like some evil win that I could see coming from it for somebody, I'd be like, at least have like a semblance of being able to somehow logically wrap my brain around it, even though it's evil. But just like the fact that it was completely unprovoked, and it's just, yeah, I mean, like that's, yeah, it's, I can't even like put that into words, like what that is, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris put it well. He said, I've been consuming so much history, biography, and current news that my brain is getting full and my body weary. Yeah. You know? So that's why I'm like, I have no problem talking about it or saying my opinion about it. It's just like, I think I'm on overload and and full of sorrow for those people, and like that's why I just like my thing is to try to stay informed. If there are ways to help refugees, I'll do that. If there's policy stuff to vote on, I'll vote for that. If there's other ways to kind of support people, like my family has some family friends that are missionaries that literally texted my mom from like they were under like they're in a basement of a church with 50 people praying, and they texted her saying, it's okay, we're ready to die, we're comforting people.
Jeez.
And they're US citizens who decided to stay, like just to minister to people while bombs are dropping. So it's like I'll probably send them money if it can get to them, if they're alive. Yeah, it's just hard to know what to do about it other than just like pray and mourn, like that people suck. You know, I don't know. That's kind of my take on it. Yeah. Sorry, that's a bummer. It's just there's no, I don't think there's a way to make it a positive thing. Except that I have hope. I have hope. Like my faith gives me hope for a future where there's justice. And yeah. So I don't know. That's about it. Not super fun. And I have to end the cast, and I don't want to leave you on a down note, Adam.
Oh, that's right.
But I wouldn't mind actually doing a more kind of full conversation about it.
Sure, yeah.
I think maybe on a future stream or something.
Well, definitely if you're feeling stressed out, like first couple days, I got so much anxiety where it was just like hurts my chest. It was like really stressing me out, so I just kind of held off on it a little bit. But now I'm kind of like, you know what I mean? Like I kind of come and go with
yeah, I'm
being
the same.
stressed out by the news, where it's like, okay, I had a period where I got stressed out, but now it's like I want to know. I don't want to just ignore what's going on. I want to know what's going on.
Yeah, and I agree 100% with that. And I actually think like this is going to tie into my comic, but it's like I really believe that talking about taboo issues is important. And like that's why I did a comic that's like talking about like suicidal ideation, because I know people go through that and no one talks about it, and it's like a dark topic, so nobody wants to talk about it, and then that just makes it worse, I think, for the people in it, because everybody just wants to change the subject or say like, oh, I'll be there for you, and they're not. Like it's like there's a bunch of like, we just as a society, like we are shitty at, like even myself, like having gone through those thoughts and those experiences, I'm really bad at knowing how to address that or talk about that topic with people. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be talked about with people, right? Same with this. It's like it's an important thing for people to talk about because it's happening. So like, you know, we can't just ignore evil. I think that's actually really important for ethics too, and ethical frameworks and philosophy. It's really, I hate to say it, but it's like super important for people to talk about these things, you know, and to face. Sometimes it's important to face the darkness that is history, and that is like a scary thing to do. But I think it's really important, and it helps people be more aware of like what to not do or what to fight, right? So yeah, I'm all about like having those discussions, but I also I just actually have to sleep at some point. The funny thing is, Adam, just to tack on to what you were saying, yeah, a couple days ago I had trouble even sleeping, so I upped my output where I was like, okay, I'm gonna just do 2 panels a night, you know. And I will say, it's times like these where having art is really. I know the art is therapy thing is kind of like a passe thing, but I think it's actually a really good use of, like, if you're an artist out there and you're struggling with like the weird stuff that's going on, like one of the best things you can do is have a page to work on. Because even if you're listening to the news, at least it's something to keep you busy and occupied, you know?
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, I really just, my heart breaks for like what's going on there. And I will keep up with it and keep aware of it because I think it's important. Chris said, I started a campaign raising money for a Ukrainian charity on my Instagram, if interested to share. Nice. Yes, Chris. Yeah, share it. Oh, and he said, I had a short conversation with the director I'm working with, justifying that what we were doing is valuing the safety of what we have here. And it makes it hard to do day-to-day work when you watch the news, especially hard when I've seen kids there. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Chris, share that Instagram if you want to share it on here. If not, I'll check it out because I'm interested. Yeah, I guess with that, Adam, where can everybody find your work? Sorry, there's just no way to. There's no, like, I don't want to spin it and like end it on a positive note, you know, because
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just shitty. So yeah. With that being said, I guess okay. Here's a good way to spin it. Times like these, stuff like what you're doing, Adam, is actually really important, right? Because you're making, because you're making humor, right? And humor is like the best way to fight dictators is humor, right? The best way to kind of deal with crazy situations is humor. So, like, what I'm offering is just more sorrow. I'm showing people the dark void. You're showing them some of the light, and I think that can work. So, where can everybody, if they need a break and they want something,
if you want to
off-color
read a comic
humor
about a one-legged armless midget or a fat guy drinking a glass of piss, go to my YouTube channel or Facebook. I tend to share the most stuff on Facebook and YouTube, and then you can actually buy Children Comics #1 for $5 at indieplanet.com. INDYplanet.com.
Awesome. All right. So I also wanted to throw this up there. Chris was saying the links don't work, but you can just look at Sketchboy01 on Instagram, and I guess he's got a link there for like Ukrainian charity, which is really cool. And then I like what Chris said there too. Keep making art. Days are never guaranteed. Love creating and not destroying, and hold each other close. I agree with that, and I would say that artists aren't. I think the act of making art is like the opposite of like dropping a bomb, right? Because like when you bomb something, you're just destroying it, and making something, at least you're bothering to create it. It's a lot harder to build things than to just burn them. So
interesting.
And if more people spent time building things than burning things, we'd have a much better world, you know? So go make comics and art. And also, if you want to help out, pre-order Jacob's Apartment and buy 2 stories and stuff. But yeah, let us know in the comments what you guys think about the situation and stuff like that, unless you're a Russian bot, and then go F yourself. And yeah, that'll do it. Have a good night, guys. Right. Adam, thanks for hanging on the stream. Yeah, I think it actually is healthy and helpful to talk about, so thanks for listening to and sharing your thoughts.
For sure.
So, all right, guys, have a good night.
All right, adios.
Mm-hmm.